there's this phenomenon that
on the wheel, blood on the seat, blood on the hands of all the ones that lie. Storms are coming, best to get to running, or stand your ground once the bullets fly. They call me Big Papa cause I'm ready to die. When you meet your maker, you can ask him why. They call me Big Papa cause I'm ready to die.
They just let them do it. They just let them fucking gas us. It didn't stop them. They didn't stop them. They didn't give a fuck. Seriously, guys?
They'll kill your mama. They'll kill your daughter. They'll kill your wife and your auntie and your sister too. Nah, they don't care none. That just they don't win none. But soon enough we'll all be shooting back at you. Really ain't a fucking thing you can do. We got way more guns, we got way more goons. If we stand our ground when the bullets fly. They call me Big Papa cause I'm ready to die. When you meet your maker, you can ask him why. They call me Big Papa cause I'm ready to die. They call me Big Papa cause I'm ready to die. They call me Big Papa cause I'm ready to die.
You better get fucking ready. You better wake up. If you think this shit's fucking just some social media shit, you ain't paying attention. 3 things are true. Number 1, the black community told us this shit for years. We didn't listen. Number 2, ICE is a white supremacist wet dream. And number 3, the government's not going to save you.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to stream number 2 of the day. Even though the day is almost over. Having my first safety meeting of the day, 420 friendly news coverage. I haven't smoked at all today. Okay, some days, and I know I'm 420 every day. It's what helps keep my mental health and other PTSD symptoms kind of down, right? You know, I wish it would have worked on Saturday a little more, but I did though. That's the thing, and it still was like, right? Like, fuck you, MPD. But today, I don't know, I just was in a mood. I've just been in a mood. I've been in a mood since Saturday. And it really hasn't left much. Like all day yesterday, it's overbearing. Like all of it collectively. It's overwhelming. It's overbearing. I mean, before it used to be, well, you knew that conservatives have Nazi beliefs or outright racist, right? Or you know that these people exist, right? You just knew, but like it would be in the shadows or whatever. And, you know, Trump has really emboldened these types of people, Jake Lang and others, to bring a lot of that garbage into the light. And because Donald Trump won and is president, a lot of his own fan base, you know, his cult base are like that. And it's like we have to deal with this forward-facing racism and bigotry, and we're expected to accept it under the guise of freedom of speech. And we're supposed to just sit and tolerate the intolerance. And I'm at a point where I don't feel like we have to. I don't feel like we need to give a safe space for MAGA and Nazis to exist comfortably, to be able to gather, to be able to do anything, to be honest. Like the idea that it's a defense of free speech when that speech only continues to result in violence and the person that does the speech is just locked up at the end of the day anyways. Like, who is it really for? It's not like you're fighting actually for freedom of speech. Like, you're not out there fighting for the First Amendment, because if you were, you would have been loud and vocal about ICE agents, and then you got conservatives, libertarians, and obviously people on the left, which is they're consistent, but people that are against the flock cameras and stripping away rights of Americans with the surveillance cameras. Right? Surveillance cameras bad for sure. We don't want surveillance state. We don't want a police state. We don't want the government taking our First Amendment rights. We don't want corporations doing that either. But the idea that we're going to fight for free speech under the guise of we got to support racism and bigotry, I'm at the point where I think we need to amend that. I think we need to amend what is freedom of speech. And we also need to make sure there's protections around speech, especially when you have corporations and the government that can physically you'll get banned on social media, but that's a problem. But also they will physically dehumanize you and violently arrest you or murder you right there on the spot, stripping away your freedom of speech. And that continues. So you got people that are fighting for an existence that we don't live in. Okay, we just do not live in this existence. And what you could argue, well, Andrew, that's just what a lot of the political people do. Like they that's just what happens because it's a protest, or because you got this right left paradigm in America, and like that is the fight though. There is no other fight. There is nothing else. I mean, what do you do? I mean, your freedom of speech to play video games, I guess, right? Like I do that. Or your freedom of speech to watch movies. You can talk about your favorite sports team. You don't have the government telling you what sports team you can like, right? I guess. Or you don't have them. I guess like we have the ability to criticize a president, right? So because we can criticize a president, which even not really though, but you can, but you criticize Trump and you're going to get a whole wave of trolls on your fucking everything trying to ruin your life. So, I mean, it's like with a caveat, right? It's like we have freedom to do that, but with a caveat that you're going to get an entire bot army to attack you all day long for it. So it's like, yeah, but I mean, have fun with take it from me. You will have an entire infestation of people that need to run to defend Donald Trump or anyone else when you start to criticize them. And when you start to criticize people in power, or you challenge power, there will be efforts against that. They won't strip it away completely, but they'll like try to ruin your life. Literally try to make your life a living fucking hell for just speaking out against the powers that be and speaking out against the elites. So it's like, yeah, it's like free speech with a caveat that you're going to be harassed. Okay, you're going to face harassment. You're going to face a lot of abuse for doing so. So until we get a reality in which we remove the ability for outright open racism, like what Jake Lang is doing, is just that shit is insightful. That shit is insightful. What Donald Trump does is insightful in what he says. I mean, he was just there on January 6th, ironically enough, saying that, hey, you go down to the Capitol building. I'll go down there with you. And we're going to stop the election process. Okay, inciting. Donald Trump incited his followers on January 6th to go down and raid the Capitol building. Jake Lang incited everybody that was out there in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Again, the Vikings were playing just down the street, and the idea that he came to town to incite everyone is the problem. Okay, free speech could be good. It could be great. But when you have people weaponizing it like Jake Lang, the framework of our free speech in this country is already flawed. We already have flawed free speech and a flawed existence to begin with. Like, it's as if people are fighting for an idea that doesn't exist in our current reality. And that doesn't make sense to me. It just truly doesn't. So all day today, I've just been sitting in my sobriety, because I do that sometimes. When I'm in a bad mood, I don't adjust it. Isn't that weird? Like if I'm in a really bad mood that's like bigger than me, because this problem is bigger than me, I let myself sit there and sit in it. So I don't smoke. I don't do anything. I went out and played softball, and that's a form of mental health for me, and getting physically active, playing sports, touching grass, talking to people. But some days I don't try to adjust my mental psyche because I just want to sit in it. And I did that all day today and just be sober and be in that mindset that I had all day today. And I mean, it helps me get my point across, because when I do smoke, it really kind of, or like when I do, use 420 to help with my mental health, it kind of makes me into this, whatever kind of mindset, you know what, whatever. Whereas when I'm sober, I'm like on it, and I'm like on your fucking ass. Okay. And I feel like, but like I need to limit that too, because I will burn bridges left and right. I will burn any bridge that like if you're going to be a fake person. So before we get into Canada, Iran, and then also Ukraine's Independence Day, just going back and forth with these establishment liberals, like I said I would. But I'm going back and forth with Hutch just in the last hour, because we talked about on the earlier stream, and you guys can watch it, and we don't need to go through it all again. But we watched a lot of MAGA, right? A lot of MAGA were not happy with Abdul Al-Sayed's statement today about what Hassan said about Jeremy Moss. And then I'm like, you don't even, my take was, don't apologize for anything. Like, what Hassan said was not wrong at all. It wasn't extreme. It was the truth. It was just the truth. So by capitulating to MAGA and the right wing, you're only going to give them more ammo. And then again, my side narrative to you guys is a lot of establishment Democrats uphold that shit too. And oh boy, look at this. Hutch, who is an establishment liberal, very proud Democrat, whips people into voting for establishment Democrats. Like, he's not a progressive. He doesn't fight for progressive politics. He's literally like blue no matter who guy, but not anyone progressive or actually like that fights for the working class. You got to be a corporate Democrat to get the pass the test for Hutch. So Hutch, again, liberal, and many others like him were joined forces with MAGA today, as usual, and they were trying to say that this isn't good enough. Who is a statement supposed to make me feel better? It's uncommitted, if you will. The idea that Abdul Al-Sayed made a statement at all is fucking wrong. Like, those of us in the real world are like, Abdul Al-Sayed, don't make that statement at all. Because you're just going to keep giving these people more and more and more and more. And then they're going to keep demanding more and more and more and more. To the point where Abdul Al-Sayed has to literally like kill Hassan. Okay? So that's the point they're going to get him to. And they're going to try to get him there. But at the end of the day, Hassan's a Twitch streamer. He's a political influencer. He's not anything more. He's not running for office. Okay, and they're going to argue, well, he influences people to go out and vote. Yeah, in the Democratic Party. I don't see Hassan out here, oh, I don't know, guys. Go vote for the Republicans, maybe? Democrats, both sides are bad, so go pick and choose. Good luck. I don't think he does that. I don't think he's doing that whatsoever. And I think at the end of the day, too, while he'll be against establishment Democrats, and that really made people mad in 2024, but as you realize and you take a step out of 2024 and you realize that was the Democratic Party's fault for not having Joe Biden drop out in time to have a proper primary. We had no primary at all, and they literally just chose Kamala fucking Harris for everyone. What type of democracy is that? Period. What type of liberal democracy tells you who you can vote for? You don't even get a chance to like try anyone else, or like or any other campaign like you're seeing now with the primaries. And some primaries, some of the like Francesca Hong lost. She lost to David Crowley. It sucks. That's our process. There was a primary that played out, right? We didn't have that in 2024. There was nothing. Nothing. It was literally like, here's Kamala. And me and my brain at the time, which I think I'm a little more educated now, but in my brain at the time, right, like Ukraine was one of my biggest issues until I realized, damn, like I got to care about a little bit more than just Ukraine, right? I can't just make my entire life about Ukraine only. There are deeper issues, especially being an American, and also the fact that Ukrainian influencers have already been chosen and no one else can have an impact at all in that space at all if you're not one of the chosen ones. So there's really no end sight there for what you can do to support the country other than sending money to support the fundraisers, which we'll talk about, and I support that. But in terms of building a coalition, it's impossible to build a coalition off of one issue. It is impossible to build a voting bloc or a coalition off of one singular issue. So Hassan, while loud about Israel, they also care about all of the issues. They care about any issue that happens, actually, from what I've seen. You've had people from his community show up, do mutual aid at a protest for Black Lives. They showed up for ICE protests. They're out there, obviously, against the war in Iran. But, they will show up and then also they'll canvass and support candidates running for office. Like, most activists don't really do that. I don't know, some will, but most of like the people that are in the trenches out in the streets protesting are not really also trying to whip up votes for certain politicians, unless it's like a activist that is like, kind of came up within the grassroots ranks, right? And like they know them personally, they trust them, and then for sure. But in general, like activists that are out there protesting and shit, like that's their lane. And then there's a lane for people to get people to whip up votes for politicians. Sometimes they cross over, but more often than not, they don't. They just don't. However, Hassan's community and him do that as well. I wouldn't say Hassan is an on-the-ground journalist. He says he is. He'll wear the press thing, but anyone can be press now, right? But I wouldn't say he does independent journalism. He's more of a political influencer. Okay, and that's fine too. And my judgment of Hassan of like how he was going to be when he came to Minnesota after Alex Pretty was killed is when he came there and he didn't make it about himself. And that's all I really cared about was like, okay, here is Hassan, the biggest Twitch streamer, biggest political streamer, bigger than all these fucking losers combined and me by like 5 times, right? In terms of viewers, in terms of influence. So is he going to come to the Twin Cities and make it about himself? And he didn't. Okay, he did not. He actually came there, gave reverence and respect to Alex Pretty's memorial and in general, and he's just kind of like, when it comes to these protests, that's why like Hassan could be the leader of these fucking protests, and most people that watch his stream go to these protests. He doesn't lead them though. He doesn't lead the protests. He's not out there leading the grassroots like that. He is on his Twitch stream and talking, and doing political influencing, but he's not really like an on the ground person like that. He can be is the thing, and that's what makes people upset. Is because if he chooses to, he could. I think he needs a little work because I think he needs a little work on that part, but that's because he's more comfortable in I don't know, like a political environment, and it's different than the streets. Okay, it's just different. The shit's different. So regardless, the idea that we have establishment Democrats joining forces with Republicans to disavow Hassan in a time that we're at war with Iran, and Hassan's position is to condemn Israel and advocate for ending support to Israel, which I also agree with, and 90% of Americans also agree with. We don't want to continue to support Israel because it continues foreign war that we're currently fighting and paying for, Hutch. We are paying for that at the pump. We're paying for that in groceries. We're paying for that with dumb fucks like Jake Lang coming to Minneapolis to distract everyone from the war or the genocide in Gaza. And Americans are funding that. And and we are going to get to Ukraine, but if you support Ukraine, you're like, why is Ukraine not? We don't fund anything with that. It'd be like if America was funding Russia. It'd be like if the United States government was directly helping the Russian government and had goals with Russia, and like they used Russia and to fucking bomb Ukraine. That would be how you get more Americans involved. But because it's Russia's genocide of Ukrainians and America's support for Ukraine is non-existent, but like even during Biden, it was mid at best. There really is like that's why there's more energy towards Israel, is because we are funding that. We gave up on Ukraine. Like most of the American government gave up on Ukraine. I'm not talking about you guys. The American government did. We are funding a genocide in Palestine through Israel. We are funding Israel's expansion in the Middle East. And Israel is the bad guy. in this situation, just like Russia is the bad guy in Ukraine in that war. But the problem is we are paying for it, okay? We are paying for Israel to commit these crimes against humanity. So the majority of Americans are against that and are vocal about Israel because of that. Is that easy to understand? Are we having a hard time? I'm talking as if Hutch is probably listening, or is fucking people like him, or people that are my viewers that are confused and think I'm becoming a tanky or anything. No. I'm just have common sense. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm just telling you what most Americans feel, even on the right wing. They don't fuck with Israel. We're done with it. It's a project. It's an American project. It isn't a natural place for Jews. It just isn't. You stole that from from Palestinians. Point blank period. Point blank period. And Germany's genocide of Jewish people in World War II does not excuse Jews and Israel for genociding Palestinians in 2026. Nope. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Like, you don't get to become the modern day Nazis of like World War II to Palestinians as the Jewish people were subjugated to and were genocided or attempted to be genocided completely by Adolf Hitler in World War II. And now you get your own fucking country after the West props up Israel and creates it as a place for the Jewish identity to exist. And you're not using it to further the actual Jewish faith and the principles of the Jewish faith and how important it is, whatever, like Christians do, or Muslims or whatever, right, within their faith. No, you're using it to expand territory. You're using it to genocide neighbor countries. You're using it to expand into Lebanon. You're using it to bomb children and kids at schools. Lying about hospitals and Hamas being in hospital basements. That was such a fucking lie and such a clown show, watching Israel and the IDF go under hospitals and make propaganda videos that were just like, what are we even watching? Like, what do you say? They're babies, and there's babies down here. There's no fucking babies down there. What are you even doing? I still remember vividly watching that loser IDF commander go down and do propaganda. Like, it was the dumbest. Like at the time, I wasn't totally vocal about the Middle East because I literally was going to Ukraine. Like, my whole life was Ukraine at the time. But I remember watching it on stream at the time when I had a more of a Ukraine audience. I don't know how much I have now, but probably shifted away. They probably watch Laura Loomer now. Don't worry, she took the mantle. But at the time, I'm like, this propaganda looks just like Russia. Like, this IDF propaganda, actually Russian propaganda has an upper hand on it a little bit in terms of the production quality. But like, this shit is like Russian propaganda, period. Like, what are we watching? They're going into these tunnels with these fake ass, these jump cuts and the way it was shot. And you had that dude grabbing pre-placed items in the hospital basements, and it was like insanity to me. That was years ago, but I wasn't so vocal about it at the time, again, because I was too invested into Ukraine. And yes, I was too invested. I should have been more aware of other things. I should have used my voice for the truth of Ukraine, which is facts that Russia's committing a genocide to Ukrainians. But I should have not been so short-sighted and been thinking about the bigger picture as well. But I didn't really. From the moment Joe Biden was elected president, damn near, or not really, a year after, because he was president in 2021. So, when we still had a few Black Lives Matter protests that year, like I was doing what I was doing now in 2020 and 2021. And then when Russia invaded Ukraine, obviously locked in on that. But most of Biden's presidency from 2022 to 2024, I was just focused on only Ukraine. Nothing else. But I guess, like, you could say I was critical of Trump and MAGA, so I wasn't really just focused on Ukraine, but really I was focused on Trump and MAGA because of their impact and how they were going to harm support to Ukraine. And I found that I'm like, okay, well, I got to be honest about this. This is what's MAGA doing. I already know the truth of how bad the Republican Party is and how the deep rooted white nationalism, fascism that's at the core of the Republican Party. But my criticisms, while Biden was president, was focused on who wasn't supporting Ukraine, and that's it. And then through that, I would be like, well, then they're also a piece of shit person and blah, blah, blah. And then that my audience hated it. They were like, why are you just focused on American politics? Put the fries in the bag and tell us about Ukraine, Mercado. They hated when I talk about the right wing guys. Hated it. And I would do it all the time. I talk about MAGA and how they were the threat, how they were going to end anything, any type of NGO or any support, but except for Israel, they're going to continue to fund Israel because that is the project of the United States. So that was going to continue. But when it came to support like for Ukraine, so or all of our nonprofits, you know, anything that like is a goodwill that the U.S. is even possible of doing is gone, and that was going to happen. And oh boy, what happened last year? What happened last year? It was all gone, and like it's gone now. And NGOs are defunded. U.S. aid is gone. Basically, our soft power is eliminated. Our support to Ukraine is now literally like Ukraine can buy their own weapons. That's great. I'm glad. And Ukraine's smart enough to buy those weapons now and start manufacturing their own, right? And so that's good that they're get. But like, we were the mid-ass shipments to Ukraine that we were sending were so mid and so delayed and so minimal to begin with. So we literally were like, here, Ukraine, here's some hand-me-down shit. Good luck. Go fight the Russians with literally a single tank. We were literally giving Ukraine 4 Abrams, guys. You know what I mean? Like, the lies about Ukraine are so deep that, like, we were like the propaganda on both the left and in MAGA were like, we're giving Ukraine $1 bajillion. Zelensky's getting so much money. Meanwhile, we're literally giving Ukraine 1 tank at a time. And we literally could count. Like, it was like, okay, guys, good news. Ukraine's getting 20 Humvees. They're getting 20 of them, guys. And like everyone would get excited and we'd be like, oh God, oh, finally some support. Like, it was so bad to the point where people were donating more than our government was supporting while Biden was president. People were doing more grassroots support, even Republicans. You were doing what was called grassroots mutual aid. Hey, Republicans that support Ukraine, that hate me now, you were doing mutual aid support for a foreign country that isn't ours. Wow, you were doing leftist shit. Wow, dude. Mutual aid and fundraising and all that is leftist behavior, isn't it? Right? That's what we're told. But when it comes to Ukraine, that is the majority of the efforts is mutual aid and support because our government does not. And when they do, it's like one at a time, right? Or like when Biden was president, now it's gone completely. Now there is no more support to Ukraine. Now we don't. Now it's just done. Are you going to do something to help Ukraine? What is even that? Right? That's basically what Trump says. I talked to Putin yesterday. He said he's a great guy. I don't know what Zelensky's like, but only anyone with a brain knew that this was coming. Anyways, so I was solely focused on Ukraine all of Biden's presidency, and it really made me ignorant to a lot of other problems that were happening. And only like in 2024 through that, sitting here watching Kamala lose the election and Trump win again, and I remember vividly just like thinking about all of it, and I'm like, they did this to themselves. Like, I already knew that they were gonna come out and blame the anti-establishment left, which I didn't know anything about really until now. But like, they're already going to come out and blame them because they didn't want to go vote for Kamala. But it makes sense. Like, you didn't have a primary. You literally like told people who to vote for and were like, this is democracy. How is that any different than MAGA cult when they only have Donald Trump? And like, if you go against Donald Trump, like, yes, the Democratic Party does not have a person that's like at the top, and like every single person has to worship this one person in the Democratic Party and kowtow to him and kiss his ass or their ass or whatever. Yeah, sure, that doesn't exist, right? But when you don't have a primary, what type of democracy do you think we have in the 2024 election? So what do you is that just a throwaway year? Whoops, we just got Trump 2.0 elected, but like, we don't usually do that. That's not what America usually is, right? We're a liberal democracy. We don't just choose people. You get to go vote. But that's not how 2024 worked, did it? Nope. And then Democrats like Hutch and other establishment types will sit there and blame the left for 2024 when you are the ones with the power. You are the establishment. You have the funding. You knew Trump was running for president. You should have had a plan in action in 2023. When Trump started campaigning again. Actually, he didn't stop. Trump said he lost the election and sent it the whole Biden presidency. You know, Trump was like, I actually won. Nope, this is a farce. And then the entire presidency sat at Mar-a-Lago, bringing foreign leaders there, Congress, senators and literally ran the Republican Party from Mar-a-Lago while Biden was president, while he was president. So the idea that the establishment and people that are making millions or billions of dollars within the Democratic Party did not have the foresight to be like, man, we need to really make sure Trump doesn't win again. We need to really make sure Donald Trump does not win in 2024. We can't have that again. No, they don't give a fuck. They kept Biden in there. It was like a lazy ass. Okay, I guess I'll drop out now. No more time for a primary. I think that was on purpose. I think that was on purpose. You know what I think? You know what I think now? I think that because Biden was getting so criticized for their support for Israel, and because again, it is an American project, right? It is a United States project. And Biden, yeah, he wouldn't he wouldn't start a war with Iran, I guess, right? He wouldn't do that. But like they weren't exactly delaying the aid to Israel or stopping it. So in order to continue to make sure that plan, you got to have Donald Trump back, because you ain't gonna get a Democrat to go that far. I guess like they'll support Israel, but like going against a war with Iran, we're not doing that. We're not going against Iran. We don't do that part. We just fund Israel to fight Iran. We'll do it that way. We'll do that. We're better than the Republicans because we're not going to send it. So I really think that it was all planned, and like they weren't going to have a primary, and Biden dropped out too late for a primary. And well, here's Kamala, not a popular person, not popular at all. And then because Donald Trump unfortunately has a populism on the right wing, and he had it. I don't know how much now, which we'll get to. I don't know how much he really has now. But going into 2024, he had it because he was lying about a bunch of shit he was going to do, as usual. But people love it. People love that because it's right wing. So, of course, so they're just going to like it. So the idea that like 2024 is on anyone other than the Democratic Party is a fucking clown show to me. So you have us anyway. So all that to get back to Hutch, who is a cuck for this Democratic Party in terms of like it's good to advocate, I guess, for politicians that are running within it that match the ideals, but to like be have a D stamp on you is like that. It's like having a tramp stamp. You know what I mean? Like literally, like as if Hutch is at the gates of the Democratic Party, holding them open, deciding who can come in and who can come out. You are insane. You are brain broken, Hutch, and you need to get it the fucking together. Go play Call of Duty. Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out. Go do that again. Go back to fucking video games for a bit and figure it out, because being this is not going to work, especially because these establishment Democrats don't really have a whole lot different than what was offered before. They're not selling anything new. They're not giving Americans like new shit, by the way. Americans like new. Some don't. Some want to just keep the same thing going over and over and over and over again. But a lot of Americans like new things and get excited about new things and new ideas and things that are just new, because we live in a consumer economy as well. So obviously, because we go out and buy new things, and like therefore by default, new things existing is appealing to a lot of Americans. Okay, so you have the status quo and you have the anti-establishment, and the newness of the anti-establishment is appealing, which again does not mean you need to you don't need to subscribe to all the anti-establishment positions. You shouldn't do that anyways. Like, or anyone's, you just fucking be a normal person, and you don't need to worship anybody. Hutch is in worship mode. So he's like, if you support Hassan or if you support Abdul al-Sayed, then you subscribe to every single DSA position. Whereas Hutch himself is a Democratic Party influencer, and he attaches himself to all Democratic Party positions. Ironic, isn't it? So very weird, or not weird, very expected to see Hutch agreeing with MAGA, which a lot of these liberals have all day, when it comes to not the disavowal of Hassan Piker in his criticisms of Israel, and how attaching Jewish identity to the state of Israel and Zionism is not a good idea and will bring harm upon American Jews, because the majority of the country does not support Israel. They don't have a problem with like the Jewish faith. The majority of the country, I don't even think, has an opinion on like the cultures and faith other than like white nationalism and Christianity, to be honest. like that. Like a lot of more people are vocal about the Christian practices and how they use it for white nationalism than anything that the Jewish faith does culturally or practices or any of that. It's the state of Israel, which I've told you many times, which is the truth, that you don't need to be Jewish to uphold the state of Israel and to support the state of Israel. You don't even have to be religious. You can be a Zionist and have no attachment to religion and like just not even go to church. Do nothing with church at all, and be a Zionist and support the genocidal state of Israel. So really, it all just comes down to Israel, guys. It really does. All of this comes down to Israel and why it's a 90-10 issue. And Democrats like Hutch and liberals that are going to stand in the way of the majority who do not want to fund Israel, period. It's going to be a problem for people like Hutch too. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be how about this? You continue to support the state of Israel and Zionism, it's going to be a problem for American Democrats. Okay? It's going to be a problem for American Democrats if that continues, right? So I was like, MAGA liberals, the condemnation of Hassan wasn't good enough. And then guess what Hutch did? Guess who this liberal Democrat cock did? Here's Nancy Pelosi. What? How about Nancy Pelosi, Mercado? Yeah, this is what it looks like when a Democrat prioritizes winning. Brother, yeah, appealing to Nancy Pelosi. That's what we're doing in 2024, buddy. Or 2026, whatever year it is. We're doing that. I told him to let me know when it's Jello night at the nursing home. Maybe we can get a report. And then he goes, literally the most effective legislator in modern history. But yeah, man, she sucks. I was like, well, you said it, not me. I was content at pointing out her old age, but saying she sucks is your words. I didn't say she sucks. I'm just like, bro, like, really? We want to, and then she's part of that same system, but like, it needs to be reformed, right? We'll use Democrat words that you can understand. It needs to be reformed. And Nancy Pelosi is not really interested in being a part of the reforming of the Democratic Party. She's like going to uphold that. So then he quote tweeted me again because again these guys just do that. This is a former MAGA person. I'm just a former MAGA person now. Yeah, I don't have my own platform and my own Twitch. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just I am now former MAGA person from going to Mercado. I really like your work for Ukraine. Thanks for raiding my stream. Thanks for setting the raid, bud. I like what you do. Hey, Mercado's out there at the ICE raids, during the ICE agents, and he's covering it. I think he's doing a good job. So now, because I'm going at you, because you are a part of this very system, I'm just a former MAGA person now. That's cool. I'm a former MAGA person that is right, though. That's the other problem. So apparently I didn't see this. It was 15 minutes ago. The former MAGA person accused me of helping Republicans, referencing me sending $25 to each competitive Senate Democrat nominee while defending someone who said they wouldn't vote for Newsom over Vance. His position was, listen, this is what he said, guys, and I couldn't believe it. Really quick. One of us has had nothing but disdain for the Republican Party their entire adult life. Okay. And then I'm like, okay, well, now you're working alongside it. That's crazy. You have a total of 0 mentions of pardoned J6er Jake Lang terrorizing citizens across the country in the name of Donald Trump. But yeah, sure, buddy, your disdain, which is all it really is, just some disdain. Like, what does that mean? Like, oh, I just have disdain for the Republican Party. Good, bud. Congrats. Take a number. You're so strong. You're so such a big influence against the Republicans. And then this idiot, this fucking cuck, drops me screenshots of him sending $25 one-time donations to Democrats. Guys, I'm convinced. You know what? I'm sorry. I think all of you should now start going to watching Hutch. I think all of you guys should start watching the Hutch YouTube channel because he is clearly the driver of what's the future is for the Democratic Party. Definitely. Right? Especially, honestly, it wasn't until I saw these $25 donations until I was like, that is the fight, man. Like, this is where we fight fascism. One-time $25 donations to Democrats. That's how we do it. That's how it's done. You guys are on it? Okay, cool. So he dropped me that like seriously too. He's like, are you out of your fucking mind? So I said, wow, man, $25 donation, super solid work here. I'm going to tell my, which I just did. Oh boy. Oh boy. You're completely lost in the sauce. You traded one brain rotted political tribe for another. I'll keep going. I have been a partisan Democratic voter for my entire life. I've spent any scrap of influence I have telling people that supporting Democrats in races against Republicans is extremely fucking consequential. Nothing in me on that issue has moved even slightly in years and years and years. Oh, except for right now. Except for right now, when you're seeing people like Abdul al-Sayed win elections, or you clearly see the populism around candidates in the Democratic Party, because they are running in the Democratic Party, right? So you're fighting against that the entire time. Like you're literally fighting against that the entire step of the way, and you've been doing it all year. That's why I've been more and more vocal against this guy, because I have rated his stream. I have supported what he's doing because I thought he was a voice of reason in this shit that we're in. Apparently not. Oops. I just like got lost in a liberal bubble, I think, during Biden's presidency, guys, because I clearly was not seeing it all for what it is. Like, I knew MAGA was bad, but like I traded one MAGA for the Democrats actually during Biden's presidency and did not see the truth. So actually, no, I've actually shed that now. Like, I actually was holding on to the Democrats as if they're the one solution to everything. And while we have a two-party system, and like at the end of the day, when anti-establishment candidates win in Democratic primaries, like we have to go support them. Like, you got to go out and support them. And then you yourself can choose if you want to go out and vote for a candidate that's running, whatever. Like, if you want to do that, whatever. I've done more than Hutch has to get people to vote in important issues. I don't see Hutch out there marching for votes. I don't see Hutch out there knocking on fucking doors. I don't see Hutch out there streaming with the protest or anyone asking about, like, what are you going to do politically this year? You sit on a fucking live and learn podcast with 3 or 4 other people and just huff each other all day. You don't talk to anybody else. It's insane, like on the liberal side and MAGA, which we'll get to. But nothing in me on that issue has moved in slightly in years, except for now. You are in my mentions running pathetic cover, which I'm just like, why are you? My pathetic cover is like, why are you mentioning the DSA and leftists like every single day? And why are we not talking about anything else like what Trump is doing or any MAGA or anything anymore? Why have we given up on MAGA and Donald Trump and like you're just fighting Hassan now all day? That's what I'm coming from. And apparently that means I'm running for cover. For a guy who said he wouldn't even vote for Gavin fucking Newsom versus JD Vance, that doesn't sound insane to me. Gavin Newsom is pretty establishment and doesn't seem like he'd really change the status quo. A guy who is prioritizing loyalty to himself over crucially important Senate race, that sounds crazy, because in Michigan, you were spending your entire time shitting on Abdul al-Sayed and all DSA efforts at Abdul al-Sayed. So that's very ironic to say Hutch, fucking goofy, as he drags down a candidate I donated money to while accusing me of helping Republicans. Yeah, you help Republicans by fighting against people that have the motion. And like, Republicans don't have motion, so they're going to look at your platform as motion because you are a liberal fighting leftists. And like, that's how you get conservatives to start watching your dumb fuck show. Because they're like, oh, Hutch is one of the good ones. Hutch is one of the good ones, dude. We can hang out here. That's what we used to do when I was MAGA. We used to find liberals that would like accept us, and we just hang out. And we just be there and be like, MAGA and right wing as fuck, but we got a safe space in some of these liberal dumb fuck spaces like Hutch has. I don't know. Just take it from me. Again, I'm the MAGA guy, right? Former MAGA guy. Just whatever. It's fine. Because that's how it worked. And then you got the walk away movement. Remember that? That was all, boy. That was a lie, by the way, and it was all bullshit. But like all that, like I bet you Hutch is a year away from the walk away movement. I'm leaving the Democratic Party. It's no longer my fits my views because Abdul al-Sayed will win or something. Who is a capitalist, by the way, and we've heard that. He goes, fuck all the way off. Talk to me again in a few years. when you find a new political tribe to find and identify with, I will be singing the same exact tune I am now and have been my whole life. Strong and brave. So strong. So brave. Can you guys just give a hand for Hutch? Can you guys please look at that's just a standing ovation for that? Like, dude, what a solid. I don't even know what to say to this. I do not even know what to say to this. Right? Just speechless. However, in a few years, it's been 6. Like I actually was out there in the 2020 election season speaking against Trump. Right? I was actually out there during that time period when it was like like fucking riots and shit and like buildings were on fire and all that. And I'm like, yeah, Donald Trump ain't it. I was doing it then. Okay. And like I did it when it wasn't popular in spaces like Ukraine, when there's a lot of fucking Republicans and conservatives that are hiding. And I know you're hiding now. I know you are, but it's fine. And I'm not telling you to go fuck off, but I'm like, I wasn't really aware of how many conservatives support Ukraine. But like, that's why it made them mad when I'm focusing on the Republican Party and MAGA, all of Biden's presidency. Right? I didn't know that though. Now I do. Oops. But I don't care because I still support Ukraine because it's my principles. No one because I have conservatives that are in my shit because they support Ukraine. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me. It would bother me if I was attracting conservatives with my attacks on the anti-establishment, which is like what I thought which is what I thought the point is it or not? Because the establishment we have now has been destroyed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump shit all over it. So you really want to keep the status quo going after Donald Trump has literally had a Diddy party with it? After Donald Trump's been doing tricks on it with Natalie? Natalie doing tricks on it for Donald Trump? And you want to restore this system that we have? Really? That's where we're going. This Epstein connected pedophile island attending government we have. And like, you think that, oh, well, we just have Democrats in that power now. Like, we've already seen how much this government can really do when Donald Trump is in there, and it could get worse too. And it will. And it could get worse. But it doesn't have to, I guess, is what I'm saying. Because you could have candidates that are going to run for office, and they are now, and more are, that are at least challenging some of the status quo. They're not challenging. I don't know if a single one is actually challenging the entire status, like the entire status quo. They're just not going to because of electability and everything. But like, they're at least challenging some of it and are running on things that are going to, which is crazy how the status quo is corporate healthcare and funding and like not Affordable Care Act getting codified. Or like, it's crazy how status quo is you spend more and more and more and you don't get more money, but you're going to keep spending more money. So that, and like, that's a problem, right? Like, we're not making enough money to match how much things cost. That's a problem. Anti-establishment, dude. You are so anti-establishment. You're a leftist now, boy. Leftist. Left communist. Actually, I think, listen, hey, check it out. I think that we should have affordable health care because we have the richest country in the world. So anti-establishment, dude. So leftist coded. Crazy that is like something that is against the grain and not just the status. It's crazy that isn't the status quo. It's crazy that this corporate existence we live in of just infinitely giving money to corporations nonstop forever and paying more and more and more and more and more and more, and it never ends. There is no cap. Let me know if you guys have seen a price cap in your life in terms of like, okay, that's enough. We made enough money. We're going to stop charging more for that product or this service. Has that ever happened in the history of the United States of like, you know what? We're going to plateau this. I think we have a solid product here and we shouldn't be charging any more for it. I think we're good. I think like this product, is a good service and the American people love this service. So let's not charge them more no. Does that happen? What the fuck? No, how many of you guys are paying more and more for your Netflix subscriptions or your whatever streaming service you watch or the NFL app or the NBA app or whatever fucking app, any app? More money, video games, my favorite entertainment niche. Those are $100 now. Video games my age, when I was growing up, those are $40. Okay. And like our wages haven't really changed since then, though. That's what's crazy. Our wages haven't gone up to match how much things cost. And that's a problem. And like that's gonna be a big problem. And it is. That's why people are like not able to afford life. And so yeah, people that are gonna continue to uphold that and continue to fight for that and like keep corporations making more and more and more and more and more, while in this world like the fucking rate of the wages aren't matching it. Like you want to make more money, then pay the people more money to keep up with it, but that's not happening. So the people that were be able to afford $40 $50 video games back in the 2000s, they can maybe one game right now maybe one game a year, because it's like $100, and like I don't know if you're calculating your money, do you really have that to spend on video games on a regular basis? Probably not. Probably not. Probably gonna afford that. You're probably gonna spend your money on your health care that you don't get from for anything, or for your work that your job doesn't pay for all the extra shit you have to do for that job, like your gas money, like all the time you have to spend in traffic coming home from work, the times you lose with your family because you're getting ready for work, or you got to go to bed because you work an early fucking shift. So you don't get to hang out with the family later at night because you got to go to bed, or you work an overnight shift. So you really get to miss a lot of family time because the rest of the family's at home hanging out and you're at work or like sleeping, and then you come home and then they're all at school, and like you don't get to spend time much with your family because you're just working all the time. That's so fun, isn't it? Or like a lot of Americans my age are working multiple jobs. They're working 4 or 5 jobs. Well, like they'll work 3 probably full time. They'll work 3 jobs in which they get paid from somebody, and then the other 2 things are side hustles. Usually, like everyone has a side hustle at this point, 1 or 2 of them, because you have to. Not because like, oh boy, look at all this opportunity, we get to just make more money. It's like you're not making more money, you're making money to keep up. Those of us that are able to get by right now, it's because we've been figured out a way to keep up. But like if you don't, you're gonna fall behind so quick, and then you're fucked, and then you're done. And then you're on the streets. And it's so fast. I've seen so many of my friends this happen to. And it sucks. Because wages and other things aren't keeping up with how much things cost. And that's just how like how our existence works. So anyways, yeah, it's been more than a few years, little hutch boy who does nothing but sit in his apartment and do streams. Like I do that, but we do other things too. Like my advocacy against this problem of Donald Trump doesn't end here. Hutch, that this is the extent of Hutch does, and then also $25 donations apparently. My bad. True. $25 donations. My bad. So true. But again, these liberals are not going to be able to little boy me, when also like my community is at the level of theirs too. It's just because I don't use my community for political influence. I don't use my shit. My community is trying to tune into what the fuck's going on out here because I can be a reliable source for them. Because they're looking to figure out what's happening out here. Like I'm not trying to whip them into a political party. I talk about politics, and MAGA hates me because I will fucking obviously will step to them because they're the fucking massive problem. Like I would argue establishment liberals are a problem to the political sphere, but I wouldn't. They're not like Jake Lang or like Nazis, right? They're just fucking annoying and uphold a status quo when apparently a lot of their positions are progressive anyways now, right? Like what else is there other than healthcare affordability and our money out of politics, in terms of the foreign money going into politicians, which if you're on the right, you should see how that affected Thomas Massey, right? You saw what happened to Thomas Massey. We're going to get into that next, I promise, which he made we got a whole thing going on with Data Republican and MAGA. But like the idea that it's been just been a few years. No, it's been an entire like almost 10 years. And I've had to change my entire like identity basically. I've had to learn an entirely different way of life because it's not just for Hutch. it would be as simple as just flipping a switch, right? It would be as just as simple because Hutch is a political influencer. So whatever way the waves move, you're probably gonna go with that. Except for now, he's not going with the DSA shit, which he's gonna lose on that. Then you're like you're a fucking Democratic Party political influencer. Your entire job is to win elections, right? So you're gonna go against the grain of the populism. Your really good strategy, solid strategy, that's gonna go out. Anyways, like if I'm trying to get you guys into my shit, I'm looking at what the streets are saying. I'm trying to figure out what the vibes are. I'm not trying to be like, nope, this is the here's my gate. You have to to make it through my gate. You ain't getting in the Discord server that like and like I guess we have like community rules. Like you can't be racist. My bad. Or you can't like you can't scam people in my shit. So we have basic like community guidelines like don't scam people, don't beg for money, don't be racist, don't be an asshole. Like that's literally it, because we've had issues with people in my community like asking for money and shit. Like we can't have that. Like, you just can't have it. There will be opportunities that we need to do mutual aid, and we need to show up and help and donate money, and like we have for Ukraine, like we did for Black Lives Matter, like we did for Ukraine, like we did for the ICE raids. Okay, my community does show up in mutual aid ways and donates a lot of money, more than $25 fucking dollars, way more than $25 fucking dollars, by the way. Like we fundraise almost $1 million for Ukraine, and like when it comes to Jake Bro, like I'm glad that Jake Bro and his community and bigger giant chungus YouTube channels. We were doing that. I had a half the size of my YouTube channel. People tuned out. Like I went my motion of my social media kind of died during Biden's presidency. Like because I gave up on what I was actually doing, and I'm back doing it now. But I gave up on what I was actually doing and started sitting at home streaming about Ukraine all day. And like, well, that was I don't regret that. I'm just like I've returned to what I was doing before now, and like I'm out in the streets, or like documenting what the hell is happening, which includes the ICE raids. Like I'll cover protests, but I also will cover natural disasters. And people don't talk about that. They want to just call me a communist. But frequently, I've gone to areas of devastation and rural parts of Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin. And that's it, because we get a lot of storms. But like I'll go anywhere really. Like I was about to go to hurricane season last year, because there are parts of these states that get no attention whatsoever, and then they're just drowning, and their shit's like flooded for weeks or months, and no one helps because the government's just like, well, it's not in the Twin Cities, it's not in like a main part, so well, good luck. Here you go. Here's some relief money. Share it amongst yourselves. And like I've watched communities have to come together in floods and shit, and like they do it themselves because there's nobody else. So I've gone to multiple places to document storm damage or relief efforts. Like I've done way more than just document protests. I've been in the trenches of Ukraine. I've gone down into the you fucking Hutch. I've gone down into and spent time and slept with the Ukrainian soldiers. You want to minimize me, fuck boy? Doesn't even leave his fucking. I'm sick of these establishment liberal influencers, dude. They don't do fucking shit. They literally do fucking nothing. Just sit there and talk about the fucking Democratic Party all day, and then when you see an absolute populist movement of people that are grassroots and you want to fight against that, go fuck yourself. You want to tell me to fuck all the way off? You don't do anything. These types of people don't do anything with their influence. They don't go fuck. They don't. And I'm not saying you have to, but at least if you're gonna come at me, boy, I show up. I go to the thing. I didn't just talk about Ukraine from my apartment. I went there. I went to the fucking place. I spent time there. I slept. The soldiers had to. They were so nice. They shared their towels with us, their showers. We ate with them. We had to take cover with them. We traveled around all of Ukraine. Like what the fuck the idea you're gonna little baby me and tell me I'm in a different political cult when you just sit at in your fucking apartment all day and don't do shit else with your $25 donations. Insanity to me. And again, my community, we sent over almost $720 some thousand in vehicles that I also delivered. and drove them 35 fucking hours from Estonia to Ukraine multiple times. And people are still doing that, by the way. Those efforts are still going. You got Cars for Ukraine, and you got NAFO still out there delivering vehicles, still out there doing it. It's not an easy thing to do. That shit, some of those missions were harder than in the army. Some of those convoys we were on were harder than in the service, because we're going, like, we don't have NATO air defense. We're in a little SUV, a European SUV, and we're like in Ukraine, and like Lviv just got hit with rockets, guys, which that's the first city that's like the biggest, closest city when you cross the border. And it's like, oh boy, literally I'm in this SUV with no armor on it. Or like eventually NAFO was getting really good at it and put in their own armor on it. But like, brother, like I was in an MRAP. Like I was in MRAPs. I was in a big het with a giant fucking armor wall next to it, which made the door so goddamn heavy. But there's big fucking armor. Like the idea that I'm in a country that's getting bombed like on a regular basis by Russia with no protection whatsoever, and we did this multiple times, and people are still doing this. And then you wanna play this game with me, these liberal, and like, do you know what, Brian Shapiro? I'll give Brian Shapiro credit. He played it safe. Brian Shapiro played it safe, but like not until I see him out into the streets though, because you can block me on social media, but like when you go out into the streets and do your little ground game garbage with Unfuck America tour, we'll see. We'll see if you can block me. I'm sick of it. I have nothing but bars for this loser when I see him. But he was smart though, and he blocked me. Hutch is gonna continue to go back and forth with me, but his shit won't affect what I do at all. And the idea that you're gonna paint me into a box when, again, this is all you do. Like, this is your whole life, and you clearly see a populist movement happening within the Democratic Party, by the way, and you're like, nah, nope, we got to keep Nancy Pelosi in there, guys. Got to keep Nancy in there. Actually, Nancy Pelosi is the answer. You know who the answer is? You know who the answer is right now? Nancy Pelosi. That's who we got right now. And then you got AIPAC Shakur here. Like, no one from the Trump cartel is getting a pass. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Is it St. Patrick's Day? Why are we wearing green?
Just finished up an event here in the community in Brooklyn. I want to give you a little real talk on this Jared Kushner situation.
There you go. Wow, they're taking time out of their well, it's 7:32 p.m. So all day long we're condemning Hassan. So during primetime work hours, right? Because it's a Monday, you have time to condemn Hassan, right? During primetime, 3:29 p.m. primetime hours. Those are working hours. People are paying attention. Statements are being made. I'd argue not so much at 7. I mean, people are drinking now, right? So people aren't really paying attention. No one really cares about your message at 7:30 p.m. on a Monday night and wearing all green. I'm just being honest with you. When you take more time to condemn Hassan during when it matters time than condemning MAGA, you're fake to me. You're fake to me. Most of these Democrats are.
What's up, y'all? Just finished up an event here in the community in Brooklyn. I want to give you a little real talk on this Jared Kushner situation.
Real talk.
He asked for a meeting, and I took it.
Wow.
Discuss the affordability crisis that exists that is not a hoax.
Okay.
At the
Who thinks it would be a hoax? People can't afford anything. What are you
same period of time, I shouldn't have to say it, but I am. No one is going to get a pass. We're going to hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one.
It's day what? Is this if you win the midterms, I'm guessing?
If you're stealing from the American people, shortchanging the American people, or screwing over the American people, you're going to be held accountable. We're going to follow the facts, apply the law, and be guided by the Constitution.
Wow. Wow.
Beginning.
We're going to follow the facts, be guided by the law, the very law that Trump has destroyed. For sure. Yep, that'll work. That'll work. How has that gone so far? He's only being elected president again. And we're going to follow the Constitution. Nice. How any of that is going to fight Trump is beyond me when they don't operate within the law or the Constitution. So good luck with that. Have fun.
On day one, and hold the crooks accountable.
That's crazy because why is Donald Trump president again?
And that's what we've done as House Democrats from the beginning of this Congress. We battled the Trump administration on tariffs, battled them on Medicaid, battled them on Epstein, battled them on nutritional assistance, battled them on the Affordable Care Act, battled them on the reckless war of choice in Iran.
And have lost every single one, except for, I guess, they got the Epstein files, right? But because MAGA was so spun up into that too, like even they're calling that out. So it's like, okay, like, and you've lost all of those battles. And if anything, you capitulated when it came to funding to DHS, and there's another one too that they gave in to last year. I think it was wasn't it Social Security or what? It was something else. It was another thing that they gave in, and they were holding out, and then Chuck Schumer was like, "We're done now. That's it. That's enough fighting."
Battle them on ICE funding, and battle them
on ICE funding. Whoa. Yeah, that passed though. So what battle?
On the unprecedented corruption unleashed on the American people. And we've delivered results. Pam Bondi is gone. Kristi Noem is gone.
You're taking, oh my God. Bro, no way. They're taking, what the fuck? No. Are these results? No way you're taking credit for Donald Trump firing the women in his cabinet because they're white nationalist misogynists and went after all the women first. No way you're taking credit for that, as if like we did that. No way you're doing that, right? That didn't happen.
On the unprecedented corruption unleashed on the American people. And we've delivered results. Pam Bondi is gone.
Wow.
Kristi Noem is gone, and we're just getting started.
Wow. Guys, this is the energy that Hutch is bringing, actually. APAC Shakur here in his green. Wow, guys, that's the way we're just getting started. The best is yet to come. We got, oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Anything else you're doing to fight against Trump besides taking credit for Trump's firings of the 2 women in his cabinet? Wow.
At the same period of time, the affordability crisis in this country is very real.
Wow, it's so real. We know. You've said that already. You said that to start the video.
It needs to be dealt with. I hear about it every day.
Why are you talking like this? Who talks like this? You're talking like my mom talked on FaceTime. Can you hear me? I'm looking at the phone. Who the fuck is happening right now? Who is he talking to, actually?
At the same period of time, the affordability crisis in this country is very real. It needs to be dealt with. I hear about it every day. In the community in Brooklyn and all across the country, wherever I may be, People are drowning
So how are you? What do you do? What is the
in
plan?
this failed
Right.
economy.
For sure. What's the plan? What's the plan? What's the Democratic plan of action to address it? Let's hear it.
And are demanding action.
Right. So what is it?
We have a responsibility
What is that responsibility? Go on.
to deal with the fact that life is too expensive.
Right. You've said that multiple times now. What are you going to do about it though? Like, what's the plan? Let's tell it. We're waiting.
Far too many people are stressed the F out.
Right. Facts. Yes. Yeah. Stressed. What are you going to do to help this?
When it's time to go to the grocery store, pay the rent, or put gas in the tank. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, gas in the tank is directly attributed to Trump's war in Iran, which is why we want to defund Israel. But you don't want to hear that because you spent time condemning Hassan earlier today for speaking about that. So you don't really want to end our support for Israel. So the gas prices you don't really care about. But everything else, you've literally just repeated yourself multiple times and are not providing a solution to this. Like, how are you going to address these problems? I hear these problems all day long, so that's why I am going to do this. No, it's like the video's almost over, so let's see.
That should not be happening in the United States of America, and we have a responsibility to address it.
So do it. There's only 4 seconds left in the video. I don't think.
And that's what we intend to do.
Wow. Strong and brave. No one's getting a pass. Why, Ken? Why are you dressed like it's St. Patrick's Day? Okay, APAC Shakur. You fucked with us, sir. We don't take kindly to your fraternization with the Trumps. But Israel gets a pass, right? Maggie. We're going to vote you out. Let's go, Maggie. Yeah, Maggie's funny as hell. You guys ever watch her reels? They're so fucking funny. She mocks like everyone in the Trump administration. It's so funny. She's hilarious. Hakeem Jeffries before this video to his advisors how the poors dress. Oof. When you make everybody mad. Oof. You. Oh boy. Affordability is bad. Thank you. Thanks. Anything you're gonna do to address the problem? Or like what's the as the House minority leader that potentially will become the majority leader, right? As you're planning, as you're talking as if the Democrats are gonna win, which, all right, zoom out. They're probably going to. All right. The blue wave is coming. Just be honest, MAGA sucks so fucking bad. They're so dog shit. Here come the blue wave is coming. You can look at the numbers that are showing up in the primaries for whatever. Yeah, there's a establishment, anti-establishment thing happening, and obviously I talk about that. But like the numbers are there, like collectively, and like they're gonna get put together, and like that number will be bigger than any number Republicans put out, just off of what we're looking at from the primary, right? It's weird. Like if we would have had a primary in 24, we would have been able to see something like that, right? I would have had more information going into that election. Like, boy, Kamala's cooked. I would have known. Like the vibes are off for sure, and it's like, man, she's got Beyonce and Sexy Red and Fat Joe and shit, and it's like, I don't know, man. Shit doesn't seem like a winnable strategy, and I don't know. But like, at the time, I'm like, I'll vote for a ham sandwich over Donald Trump. I'd vote for anything over Donald Trump. But like now, it's like that just will result in Donald Trump. It just results in him again, or result in someone worse. So you have no plan, because that would require you to be anti-establishment, because the establishment is connected to corporations, and if you're connected to corporations, you can't really be against them raising prices on everything, which affects the affordability. And then also you took more time to condemn Hassan today over his anti-Semitism as usual, which is what you see these Israel supporting establishment Democrats do whenever there's a valid criticism of Israel or the state of Israel or Zionism. They try to put it and paint it as anti-Semitism. So the problems at hand, which again are affordability, and Israel. Which also, like, healthcare and that all wraps into affordability, by the way. So it's not like I'm ignoring healthcare problems. I'm not ignoring, like, it's all connected, which then are like we're funding foreign war too, which we have money for bombs, but not for our kids, right? Or like our families at home. It's all kind of connected, like, but you like the issues get separated as if they're separate issues. Like it's the same. It's all connected. It's all one big problem. We will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism, right? So you're more interested. It's like he said more here. The militias claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as dangerous and anti-Semitic, but there is zero justification for the threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters. We will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce of urgency of now. It's crazy. You didn't even have this language for fighting the affordability, though. You just hear it from people. You just really kind of hear it, don't you? So yeah, as long as leadership like Hakeem Jeffries is around, Chuck Schumer, or establishment influencers like Hutch, the Democratic Party is really just going to keep like circle jerking. And it's just going to continue to be the misery that it is, and not a progressive, forward thinking, forward planning, actual anti-establishment, anti-Nazi, all that. Actually, like, you're going to not be that. And you're just going to keep spinning the block. And this will just continue to result in MAGA winning also, by the way. Kind of weird. It's like, I feel like I'm Hassan, right? Oh, you continue to vote for these establishment Democrats, they're going to just get more MAGA. Is Mercado saying that you should go vote MAGA? That's what Mercado's saying. Go vote MAGA. The scourge of this anti-American and rhetoric from Mercado is crazy. He's saying that you're going to get more MAGA because it's the truth. Okay, I spend my platform and my time fighting against anyone that's bad, which includes mostly MAGA. Let's just be honest. Like, yeah, like I'm not going to stop against MAGA because there's Democrats that are also bad. It's like, if they're bad in power, they're bad. And a lot, like all of MAGA. There isn't one, and it's like within the Democratic Party, that's why there is some room there, because there are some good politicians in the Democratic Party. The majority aren't. However, there is not a single good, nobody. They're all evil in the Republican Party. Like evil, racist, white nationalist, losers, or pedophiles. Mostly all of the above. Okay, it's like the dark place. It's like the sunken place. It's the land you don't go. Do you see that land over there? There's the dark place. All right, that's the Republican Party. Okay, so obviously, yeah, dead air there. So there's like at least a few in the Democratic Party that have hope, or like the ones that are running now. And this wave of elections are like exciting. At least we'll see how they are if they win their general, and then if they get in there. Like Peggy Flanagan, right? Or like Abdul Al-Assad. I like most of what he has to say. Don't really agree with him capitulating to the hate mob. Like, you don't do that. And this is here. They were talking about it on CNN. Like, you're talking about disavowing. It's a nothing. It ends in nothing, especially when Hassan's community is active like that, and they are voting for the Democratic Party. They are like, sometimes they won't, for sure. Like, they'll pick a different candidate, but the majority are voting for the Democratic Party. It's not like you're going to get every single member of Hassan's viewership to vote for Democrats. I won't even get that because I got a lot of MAGA hate watchers, and they're just like attached to me now like a fucking cancer. So my viewers are voting for Trump too. So you're not going to have an entire monolith of people that are going to go one way. So Hassan's community definitely have people that don't vote, definitely have people that even in the general will vote for a third party. Is that the majority of them? I wouldn't think so. I don't think so at all. At the end of the day, I think a majority of Hassan's community and Hassan are voting Democratic Party. But they're spending their time advocating for anti-establishment candidates. But here they are on CNN.
Campaigns with the Hassan Piker. And also, can I just talk about that point real quick? Do you mind, Boris?
Sure.
Okay. This is what I don't understand about Democrats right now. So when Obama was running for president in 2008, he disavowed Reverend Wright, who said something to the effect of, about 9/11, it was America's chickens coming home to roost. The same parallel is with Hassan Piker, except now the Democratic Socialist candidates, because let's be real, El Sayed is, even though he doesn't claim to be socialist, the DSA is like, we approve, we love him. They're not disavowing him one bit.
And this is my argument. No,
But they're not eschewing Hassan Piker. They're saying, well, you know, okay, he kind of hangs out with some of our candidates, and we're going to bless that indirectly.
So now I
That's
need
not
to
a
respond
great.
to this. So now your argument is guilt by association. Is that correct?
No, you're known by the company you keep, and I'm.
You're known by the company you keep is just a different way of saying guilt by association. What? Alternative words.
Known by the company you keep.
Okay,
Known by the company you keep.
Yeah, go with that.
You said known by the company you keep, right?
Right.
So I have a really hard time when Republicans make this argument because I happen to been following Donald Trump for the last 20 years. And so the company he keeps is dictators from around the country. It is from around the world. It is Jeffrey Epstein. It is crooks and criminals. It is Nick Fuentes having lunch with him. So you guys have the gall to talk to anybody about guilt by association?
Donald Trump, let's talk about exact parallels. Number one, is Donald Trump stumping with Nick Fuentes? Or is he just having lunch?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh, he had a
Yeah, and this is why liberals are gonna take a fat fucking L, and you're gonna just seed more. Like Hutch is gonna seed his own following. Like I'm not losing anyone over this, and if I do, it'll be so minimal to where those numbers will be replaced at the next protest. Like if people are gonna fall off of my platform now, like you will be replaced faster than Hutch because he's gonna lose his audience because you're just giving arguments for the Republican Party. Like you're not actually fighting anything. You're just kind of being a alley-oop. You're being Dwayne Wade to LeBron James in this situation because this is the Republican argument. When at the end of the day, you're like the Republicans. If you're like an actual Democrat influencer, you are like, yo, yeah, there's nothing to even argue when in contrast to who your political opponent is, which is the Republican Party. They are nothing but cultists to Donald Trump and excuse every terrible thing Donald Trump does, which is a fucking 34-time convicted felon, associate with Epstein, sent us into another war that no one wants, has destroyed multiple facets of life for many people, literally like has completely betrayed his own base too, to be honest, for a lot of things, right? So you have that fact, but Democrats are going to take more time to give Republicans ammo by condemning Hassan or like demanding that Hassan be condemned, because the Republicans don't have a pot to piss in. Like, but they do anyways. They try through things like Enes Kanter wanting to play in the WNBA, or Royce White, or Jake Lang, or this shit. And you want to think it's not connected, but it is. It all is. So if you're gonna be an establishment liberal and you want to continue to play these fucking games, you're just gonna, number one, seed your actual worth a damn audience, and two, you're gonna push your audience right, and they will go right. You are going to create a rabbit hole for young liberals to go right wing and be a part of some fucking walk away thing that's going to happen again, like it did in 2016 and shit. You guys remember that?
Was at a table
he was at a table. I don't know what they're talking about.
And there are videos with him.
People just show up at the lunch table.
Is that a problem for you? Are you okay with that?
Show up at the lunch table.
You okay with him partying with Epstein?
I am not going to relitigate this.
Oh, now you cry.
No, I'm not. Exactly. That's why if you just don't even do it. You don't even do it because the Republicans don't have an argument whatsoever. Like they're cooked. So the fact that you're going to spend more time fighting with your left flank, who has more mojo than you do and more motion, and that's what's giving Republicans a path. You being a Democrat fighting with leftists is giving Republicans a lane. They don't have one. So fucking knock it off. Like you can do it in the primary, but if they win their shit, like the idea you're gonna just spend time all day attacking Hassan is insane to me, especially when you have shit like this going on. So let's get into some. Hey, we'll watch this video tomorrow, and this is like a 20+ minute video about Jake Lang, but we'll get into that tomorrow. I think that's enough about Jake Lang, and we have this to read, so we'll do that tomorrow. Like who attended the Unicorn Riot put an article out about who is on Jake Lang's side, and they did a full deep dive into every person that was there, right? You know, every single one, even his own security detail. So I think I'm going to read that tomorrow when more people are awake. so we can really just expose this whole dog shit. But let's get to Data Republican and the shit that's going on here. Okay, so you guys want to talk about a deep state? You guys want to talk about a fraudulent government and like shadow shit happening? So if you guys don't know, there's this Twitter account, and it's a Twitter account that, you know, in the right wing, you can come up by just literally just slopping right wing shit. Like you can literally be an influencer, or you can, as long as you come out and be right wing, you can make it. You'll be fine. But this is literally like a, you know, it's literally like an online thing, guys. But this is how the Republican Party and MAGA operate. So Data Republican, who again almost has 1 million followers, they just kind of do AI slop, AI generated content only, but they have a big following because they uphold right-wing shit, which again, that's all you got to do. It's really not hard to be a right-wing influencer. So this Data Republican is known as Jenica Pounds, and worked for the Department of War. So you have this X account, which is just a MAGA slop like influencer, right? One of like a cat turd. That's what Data Republican like used to be on X. Like basically, that'd be like having cat turd run the FBI, which again, that's what MAGA does though. Because I mean, I don't know why people are shocked about this when you have Kash Patel literally running the FBI, and he is an influencer. Like he's an influencer, and most of them are. They're reality TV show hosts or reality TV stars. They're not real. They're not real people. Like they are, but they're not. So you had this Data Republican, which again is the equivalent of like a cat turd, was getting information. So this whole thing is so wild because Data Republican like exposed, I think they took the post down now, but they exposed themselves. Let me see if I can find the bookmark, guys. This was like a day or two ago. They exposed themselves because they thought they were getting information. Let me see here. I don't know if, I think they deleted that tweet. Gotta go down. But Data Republican thought they were in a situation of entrapment, and like the government was trying to set her up and shit. But really, it just kind of exposed Data Republican for being a Fed and working with the federal government. Where is it here? I'm getting there. Not inherently cunning. I think they deleted the tweet itself. I posted this week from a place of stress. Look at this shit. Hold on, yo. Oh, you guys can't see anything. My bad. 1 second. That's Ossoff. No. Dang, yeah, they deleted it. I should have taken a screenshot. My bad. There's a lot going on, guys. Oh, yeah, there's a lot going on. But the Data Republican was getting into it with a, yeah, I think it's in the article here. My bad, guys. Hold on. Make sure you get the whole context. This is MAGA World. MAGA World is just deep in. Here you go. A MAGA propaganda circular firing squad. So I can't find the tweet, so I'll just read this article here. Undersecretary Sarah B. Rogers. So Data Republican on Twitter posted documents from Undersecretary of State as if like, you know, hey, you know, I'm getting some things I'm not comfortable with, which just kind of exposed them as being a government agent and working in this MAGA government. Like, why are you texting and working with the Secretary of State? only for it to kind of unravel further and further to find out that Data Republican works for the Department of Defense as well, or worked. Like they were full on in the government. So you are, and like it wasn't really put out there, like we don't, it's not like when we're watching press conferences for this administration, well, I'm like, oh, here's Data Republican, this Twitter account. No, you guys didn't even know that. No one really did. People kind of assumed, and there was like some journalists like Jessica and Amanda, these like writers, I should say, and journalists, writers who have been on it with this, but with everything going on, and again, because the establishment doesn't really care about fighting MAGA, like really like that. Like, let's just be honest, none of this really goes anywhere. And none of this really breaches. And also because normal people are going to just view this as like online slop shit, but it's not, because it's what runs our existence. Okay, that's why I have to explain this shit to you guys. That's why we should be going through all this stuff and not just do surface level information gathering for you. And it might be hard to understand this if you're older than me, because you don't live on the internet, and maybe like the internet is just a thing you watch my stream for. However, the internet that exists, this MAGA government is utilizing the very worst of it, which includes AI and bad faith actors that utilize AI to get information from the government and disseminate it as propaganda to MAGA. Okay, and that's a problem. So anyone in the chat, and I said a little earlier, like this is just Beltway online garbage. Like, sure, but it's our government though. Sure it is, but it's our government though. It's what's running our country. So if it's not important to you, then I don't know what to tell you, man. But this is what's running our shit. And it's this internet slop that we have now. So Jenica Pounds, and this is a Bulwark article, better known as Data Republican, to her nearly 1 million followers on X, made a grim announcement on Friday. Deep state operatives embedded within the Trump administration had tried to entrap her into committing treason, right? Kind of like a self-owned 4D chess, because this MAGA world exists like this. Like MAGA, that's why they are the way they are, because they feel like they are fighting a crusade against the deep state, but really they're just pawns of it. It's kind of like a thing, but because they are in a like a 1984 type of mindset already, and they are like that's why if you ever try to debate a MAGA, you can't, because they have completely convinced themselves that they are fighting for the right thing, and they got to do all this shit to do it, right? That's why you see Enos Cantor and Royce White wearing wigs, or Zach X, right? And are at the same time trying to shit on the trans community while also saying they are trans now, for example, right? Kind of breaking their own principles, breaking everything, but somehow to own the libs, right? Like this is like, we have to do this. This is what we have to do to fight the libs, which in their brain is the system. Sure, liberals are a part of the system, definitely, but they're not the system, bro. They are not the system. It's just they're a part of it. But like, and if anything, they are not the very thing. Like, if anything, I'd argue more of the right wing. And again, with my criticisms of the Democratic Party and the establishment of the Democratic Party, I'd argue that there's more evil at the top of the Republican Party in terms of their actions as a whole, right? Like, you'll have establishment Democrats support corporatism in Israel, and that's fucked, right? Then you'll have Republicans that are pedophiles and are domestic terrorists, or engaged in January 6th and are like running in elections, and right. So it's night and day. It is still night and day on that end, but like it's still the same system is my argument. My argument at the end of the day, well, yes, there are politicians in both parties that are night and day difference. They uphold the system at the end of the day. But anyways, within MAGA, they believe that everything is like everything's out to get you. Everything it's truly conspiracy brain on steroids now, even to the point of Data Republican, who is a literal government agent, who is a literal paid government employee for the Department of Defense and the State Department, is like posting text messages thinking that they're being entrapped by the very government they're working for. and like are in on all of the MAGA shit. Because again, you got to be in on it. It's all in. You're like Data Republic. You are. This is like its own little pseudo deep state. Trump has created his own. Like there is a deep state, but like Trump has created his own with MAGA, and obviously you got the deep state a part of that too, right? And like billionaires and Elon Musk trillionaire. Like you got people that are the deepest part of it attaching themselves to MAGA, but MAGA has kind of created its own little deep state as well, like a not as deep state, like a shallow end. Okay, but they have it, and you have to be in on, and that's why Trump has an inner circle. Like and this is going to create a bigger problem, and they're doing it in the Republican Party, but if MAGA gets control of the full thing, right? But you have to have yes people around you. You got to have people that are going to be in on the shit, the crimes, and be in on the narrative, that are willing to sacrifice everything to push the narrative no matter what, right? And so you have to create this kind of cult, which is what MAGA is. But like in the government, it's deeper too. It's like a deeper situation, especially for MAGA, because everything MAGA does is based off of a lie, right? And every MAGA's existence is to push lies, to try to provoke and incite their own base into going out and being loud about things they don't even understand to begin with, but or just go out and commit domestic terrorism outright, like Jake Lang. But like within it though, you still have to have a modicum of like, okay, we're in on, like, you have to have that narrative set. So when you have people that are so brain broken by MAGA itself, because they've only existed as this conspiracy chungus, as like everything's a conspiracy and whatever, it's gonna eat itself a little bit, which is kind of what we're seeing here, like MAGA eating itself in a way, right? Like a very good title from the Bulwark with the circular firing squad, because they're just like the the culture of MAGA is gonna start eating itself up, especially as we do get closer. So that, I guess that is the light at the end of the tunnel of this infighting of the left, is that MAGA is, while the left is fighting itself from different people, MAGA is eating itself. Right? They're eating it because like that's their existence. Their existence is to conspiracy all day, don't trust anything, and then when you get power, it's like you gotta like play the fucking game at that point. At that point, the conspiracy's got to stop, and you got to march to Donald Trump's tune. That's it. Like you made it. You made it. Congratulations. You made it to the finish line. You're in the government now. Shut the fuck up, and here's your message for the day, Data Republican. Go put it out there. Like, you don't get to question anything now. You don't get to act like this. So, in a tweet, which is now deleted, it's not okay when the deep state sets you up to commit a crime. I have never been more angry in my life. In Pounds' portrait's telling, an unnamed official soon after named to be Sarah B. Rogers, the Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy at the State Department, had offered to leak her government documents about Cuba to publish an exclusive. While Pounds was initially enthusiastic, markings on the documents prompted her to panic that she was being set up. She had published the documents, and it was screenshots from text messages. Pounds felt that she would have exposed herself to criminal prosecution. She took the news of her supposed entrapment directly to her audience. Yep. The idea that the Trump administration officials would conspire to send Pounds to prison is bizarre on its face. After all, Pounds is an administration favorite. Her tweets claiming to have data to justify Elon Musk's cuts aimed at USAID and other government agencies made her an out-of-nowhere star during the Doge era, because Data Republican was whipping up fake-ass AI-generated numbers for Elon Musk, guys. Remember all the cuts numbers that were coming out? Data Republican was doing that. Data Republican was putting that bullshit out there. They were making up all those fake ass numbers. This account, but that's MAGA though. It's bad. Like, you're gonna have Reddit mods running the government at someday, dude. It's gonna be terrible. Pound's accusation against Rogers, who is also a beloved MAGA in the MAGA movement, for her efforts to support free speech for far-right extremists in Europe, confounded right-wing media figures. And I gotta read. I'm not subscribed, but yeah, that's the point I wanted to get to because her tweets were deleted. And it was posted by AF Post. Pound says the deep state, Rogers in this case, is trying to set her up to commit a crime, which again they weren't. They like Data Republican's a favorite. There's there's Sarah Rogers and there's Data Republican. Oh, here are the texts. Oh, nice. Just to be clear, you want me to leak the material you gave me unredacted. Happy to help your efforts. They're doing this all. It already contains all necessary redactions. If you'd rather report on already open source stuff, that's fine too. But I wanted to give you the option of breaking the story as sort of a gift. Crazy government. Right? What do you mean you're giving classified documents? Well, number one, the idea that Data Republican exists in the government is insane, right? Obviously, we agree. For sure. Like this is insane. But then two, you're giving this Data Republican who is in the government the secure private information on purpose to leak it, and this is going through iMessage through Apple. So you got people that can access that shit. Because there's no security on fucking Apple iMessage. I don't care what they say. I don't care how much Apple is like, yeah, man, you can do vanishing texts and stuff. Okay. Your shit's documented, bro. So, the idea that they're sending classified information over iMessage and then it's to leak it and be a deep, like literally a deep state operative. And maybe that's why that a Republican said something. Maybe it's like, uh-oh. Like maybe like in my brain, when you're seeing this, it's like, oh man. Plus, you're Data Republican, man. You want to be able to survive after the midterms. Elon Musk is what gives you your power. And MAGA ain't got it right now. Like MAGA is about to lose it. So if I'm Data Republican, I'm like, I gotta make myself look like I'm fighting the deep state. I don't want to be a deep state operative. But you have been, though. Because clearly you've been doing this. Like, clearly this is a regular thing. And I really think it's because MAGA is going to lose very hard in the midterms. And Data Republican, small r, wants to stay relevant. And a lot of these Republicans want to stay relevant after MAGA's cooked. They got to do this and they got to play the game. They got to play this game, which is insane, right? Because it's like, number one, you're going to turn your own base against you. You're just going to turn your own MAGA against you. Gavin Wax. Oh, Amanda knows all about Gavin Wax. Rogers is set up for confirmation as head of U.S. global media, which sources claim would involve her COS Gavin Wax following her to the agency away from the State Department, with Rogers acting as Wax's protector. Ironically, her office has already been the subject of a scandal involving leaked information, with COS Gavin Wax previously leaking info to a Politico journalist. You guys remember that? They're just a bunch of leakers. Is he still in the government? That's funny. That's funny. So it's like, it's cringe to me, right? And that's why I am so vocal against establishment liberals, because it's like, this is the government. This is what it is. And like, Democrats don't really have a record of pulling back from this. So you'll probably have, some social media influencers running government shit for the Democratic Party just because like the Republicans did it. But regardless, obviously most of us are like, why is this even a thing? Well, why is it even possible? So then here's Data Republican. I posted this from a place of stress. I said more, faster, and louder than the moment called for. I don't regret caring about doing things the right way. I do regret making it a public spectacle before it was understood, and pulling people I respect into the swirl. That part is on me. I'm deleting the threads, gonna step back and let this be handled the way it should be. Thank you to the ones who checked in quietly. Like, crazy. And then incredible, brave. So brave. Apparently some of the MAGA, like, who employs you? Like, what part of the government are you in? But because MAGA is a cult, and they've forgotten everything they stood for, which was supposed to be to drain the swamp, right? MAGA was supposed to drain the swamp, be the end of the deep state, expose the pedophile elite, round them all up, right? And here you got all the MAGA. Here's all the big top MAGA, which how do you even exist? Like, how do you even, like, because you've, how do you, like, trad wife, right? AI generated, like, I'm scared. Charlie Kirk, freedom, grifting slop, because MAGA was supposed to be against all this. Like, you're a deep state operative, and like, oh, but you're our deep state operative. Praying for you, Godspeed. You literally, I know you literally told us that you worked for the government and were getting private documents to purposefully leak, like a deep state operative. But yeah, we support that now. We love that. You're our deep state data Republican, deep state Republican. Too late, data Republican. Undersecretary leaked documents to you were referring to the Biden regime's suppression of free speech, and your bosses were involved with it. That's why you spoke from a place of stress. I'm not saying you were part of it, but there's no way you didn't know. Yes, eat each other. Yes. Eat each other more. Candace Owens. You mean the person out of nowhere during the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing created a thread accusing me of being a digital assassin responsible for the death threats against Erica Kirk, because I am investigating her husband's murder, after all, is asking, working with the deep state whom, incidentally, do not want Charlie's murder investigated? Weird. Color me shocked that TPUSA was rapidly promoting her fake data as if it wasn't laughably obviously propaganda meant to criminalize noticing that the case against Tyler Robinson is a deep state concoction. That's what Candace is on. I've left that investigation because at the end of the day, it is Charlie Kirk. I don't really care that much, right? But like, it still doesn't take away from the fact that it was like none of it adds up, and everything the MAGA administration came out and said was like clearly a quick little lie. Oh yeah, the leftist did it. He wrote Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, 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 Ciao all over the bullets, and it was a trans terrorist. Okay, bye. Oh wait, Utah governor, go on TV and say it too. You better say it. Yes, it was a trans leftist. They wrote Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, 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 and a bullet this big. Yes. So obviously something is fucked there. But at the end of the day, it was Charlie Kirk. So I'm not really going to do that. And if I were to continue investigating Charlie Kirk's murder, it would just invite the worst of the worst. So there's no way I wanted to continue that. So it was like a quick thing. But yeah, for sure, like something's wrong. I don't think Candace Owens is a good source. Like, but teach their own now. Like anything's possible. There's pro-Ukrainians that were watching Laura Loomer unironically, and we're like, "Welcome to Kyiv, Laura." Oh God, Laura. Thank God you support Ukraine now. Thank God, dude. We want the more MAGA that support Ukraine, the better. Thank goodness. So there's definitely a problem, like all around. Definitely a problem with these right-wing influencers. Oh, here it is, right? Oh, they did. Oh, here's the posts. I walked in with good faith, ready to. Okay. So you got to imagine that the text messages are here, right? So then a follow up. I walked in with good faith, ready to collaborate on Cuba. Got shoved a bunch of hard copy documents to leak. Didn't check them before accepting. Gave a non-committal answer. Yep. Markings that would have got me in big trouble. The markings weren't crossed out. I consulted people, and if this were a sanctioned leak, what does that mean? What's a hold on. It's a sanctioned leak. Can you tell me what that is? What the fuck is even that? They would have just sent over email. You guys send leaks over emails? You guys do that over email, or you don't do it over Signal chats no more? They tried to entrap me. They did it, damn it. And then the person who they were texting, because MAGA is just so fucking stupid. Like literally just dumb, but like they're fascists, so like unfortunate, and they have billionaire support. So outed herself. LOL, these are my text messages and documents. The markings are FOIA redacted, required even for voluntary disclosure. To prove this isn't a trap, I will happily disclose the documents myself. I'll do it. An internal Global Engagement Center report, never before public, reveals how the former State Department office worked with foreign governments to monitor so-called gendered disinformation. Wow. When doing so, GEC betrayed their stated mission and targeted domestic criticism of a Biden administration appointee. In a congressional hearing in October of 2023, the deputy coordinator of GEC emphasized that the State Department entity does not do any work domestically. That was a lie. Oh. Wow. The global, wow. So anyways, okay, so there's multiple, okay, wow. Okay. Yeah. The idea that Data Republican thought this was anything is insane to begin with. This is like, there's multiple onion. This is a fucking onion. I need to hit my joint. This is an onion. Because I understand Secretary of State Sarah's position here. Like, why the fuck would you think this is even entrapment? You're sharing, what is this? The Global Engagement Center does not do any work domestically. We do not have any position on any U.S. media outlets. The same with Real Clear Politics. We simply do not work in the United States media. Same with Daily Wire. We do not work in the U.S. media environment. Okay. GEC had explicitly foreign-facing mandate to identify and expose real coordinated threats from foreign adversaries, propaganda that was detrimental to national security interests. Oh, did they? I thought that didn't exist. I thought that didn't exist, MAGA. So, whatever. GEC worked with international partners to collect examples of so-called gender disinformation for the report dated July of 2022. They framed the issue as if crude stereotypes and online insults were the work of coordinated foreign threat actors. So here is gender disinformation is weaponized by both state and non-state actors to silence women, discourage online political discourse, and shape perceptions toward gender and the role of women in democracies. Disinformation content that plays on gendered stereotypes and sexualization of women is part of the adversarial toolkit, utilizing a unique combination of dissemination techniques. Wow, what does this sound like? Ah, this sounds like what MAGA is doing right now with Enos Cantor and propping that bullshit up in the WNBA. Well, in 2024, you have, I already forgot her name now, going on TV after Biden spoke from the kitchen, saying that basically women need to return to the kitchen. What was her name, chat? What was the politician name? I've already forgot her name. Someone say it. This joint report strives to build awareness about gender disinformation and its impacts on women in public life as well. Katie Britt. I thought of it. No one else said it. No one else said it. I'm looking at all chats. No one said it. I thought of it first. I win. Katie Britt, kitchen.
I'm a senator. Katie Britt
struggling to make ends meet today.
Biden
Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet today. And with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high childcare costs, they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow.
Right. Fake with her cross. It was cringe. Again, like basically women need to return to the kitchen propaganda, which is like a classic right-wing, like women can't have independence, women can't have an identity. It just like it's an attack on women. The attack on the WNBA from Royce White and Enos Cantor is an attack on women. He went and talked about how he can dunk. He wants to go drop 100 points. I'm gonna go drop 100 points, or what did he say? Come on, dude. I know I bookmarked it. Do I suck at Twitter this bad? I mean, I really don't. God dang it! I thought I retweeted it. Son of a. I thought I had it, man. You went on. Enes Kanter got kicked out of a WNBA game. Whatever. I don't want to jump topics yet. Let me pull this up though. I wanted that. So, but it's all a part of it though. The following joint research product on gender disinformation compiled by members of the International Partners for Countering State-Sponsored Disinformation and Counter Disinformation and Media Development Groups gathers 62 international cases and 7 one-page case studies of the phenomenon and analyzes them below. Okay. The report and a corresponding database only available to U.S. officials and foreign government counterparts were developed to inform responses to patriarchal, traditional, and anti-gender values and the development of regulations that are sensitive to gender-specific issues. This is Gender Disinformation project unfolded at GEC as the Biden administration faced intense backlash from lawmakers and the American public over the creation of an adjacent censorship effort at the Department of Homeland Security. MAGA propaganda is information now. That's crazy. Because that's not what this is at all. This is MAGA's opinion of the GEC and what they're doing. This is their opinion, but that's not the facts under Secretary of State, and that's scary. That's scary. They're not supposed to be operating off their opinion and a narrative that they're going to push about it and just reveal the truth. So there's multiple layers. Closure of the DHS and any of it, none of this. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so Secretary of State Rogers sucks. The idea that any of this is information that would lead to entrapment is insane. It's literally just articles. It's literally articles. Like, this is like, you can access this publicly. Bulwark article. Wow. So yeah, Data Republican, you're a fucking moron. The idea that this was anything like a secret is insane. What entrapment here? Like, she was trying to get you to do some MAGA propaganda. What the fuck? What happened? What's wrong with you? She's giving you a bunch of shit to put in your fucking chat GPT and say, give me MAGA words. 2020, citizen journalists and American media figures exposed the Zoom calls showing activists from BLM and shut down DC planning efforts to foment resistance protests in the wake of a potential Trump victory. News coverage at the time noted the video was removed from YouTube for violating community guidelines. Nobody until now would imagine the State Department would be involved with the suppression of this content. DC protesters organized via Zoom for months, thousands expected outside White House on Election Day. You're really gonna, wow. Wow. January 6th. So there was alerting people to show, because they knew the idea that people weren't going to protest at all when like the entire fucking year was protesting and Donald Trump had people out there protesting, and literally it was just a whole year. Like it was last year. Remember last year when there were just like tens of thousands of people out protesting Trump? That was like what 2020 was like. So of course they're gonna be prepared to protest in case he wins, dude. Wow, so conspiratorial. Big conspiracy. So this, which is crazy. This is funny because now this is what Cam Higbee does. Fox News is so done now that Cam Higbee and losers like him do this lazy ass propaganda now. And like Dr. Carolyn will like watch a Zoom call of like leftists planning a protest and being like, this is a like what? Continue the civil unrest from Election Day until at least later this week. and potentially until the presidential inauguration. Yeah, well, he lost, right? And then you guys raided the Capitol. Okay, remember that? Probably not. So the idea that any of this is okay, so yeah, the idea that any of this was something that was gonna entrap Data Republican is insane, right? Like you're a fucking loser. Two, Undersecretary of State Sarah is a loser because why are you being a propagandist in the Secretary of State giving a narrative? Like this is, if anything, this isn't really giving much. It's preparing the narrative for Data Republican to put it into their chat GPT, which that's what Data Republican does, is put it into their AI system and then spits out whatever they want it to when it comes to just feeding this information. So, but if anything, now you see how MAGA disseminates information. That's what you guys, if anything, this is what you guys should take away from this. Obviously, circular firing squad and MAGA eating themselves, and that's fun, right? We love that. But also, this is how MAGA operates. And honestly, a lot of establishment works this way, but we can just focus on MAGA. I already went at the establishment a lot, and I want to make sure you guys are kind of focused a little bit, even though you're getting tired and going to bed. YouTube's lit, or I mean, Twitch is lit, right? Plus, everybody, we all up? We good? Should I stop? Are we done? I'm getting more chats here than I would on my gaming channel, so I like that. Gaming channel, we get. I sometimes on the gaming channel at this time of night, we have as many viewers as I have right now. Promise you, like we get thousands sometimes, right? Because like YouTube autoplay. That's, hey, listen, cheat code, little streamer cheat code for you guys, right? Want to hear it? No one ever tells you guys how to get viewers, but I will. You guys want to do if you're on YouTube, the easiest way to get viewers is like go live. Like if you're really trying to do this thing, you got to hit certain times. So around midnight to like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, you start getting autoplay views because people fall asleep, right? You guys, how many of you guys have fallen asleep watching my stream? Like, because it's just late, or like I'm streaming late or whatever, and or like I'm on the scene of something, right? You guys fall asleep, don't you? And then my stream does end, but YouTube, you wake up and your YouTube's playing. Okay, those are autoplay views, and like those count. So if you're trying to stream and you do want viewers, doing it during the daytime, I'm just gonna be honest, like it's better if you're a night owl. Like if you're trying to be a streamer, like if you're trying to break through at least and like try, because during the day you're competing with all of us, right? You're competing with everyone that has an established platform. So you kind of have to go against the grain a little bit, and people are looking for content at this time of night too. So they're looking for it, and you're gonna get autoplay views. So a lot of times I'll be gaming, and we'll just get like I've had more people on my gaming channel than some of my news streams. We had like 1,700 people watching me play Arma, and they're there, but a lot of those people are like sleeping. But those views count still because my stream is playing and they're sleeping and their phone is plugged in, but it still counts. Right? It does. So that's just how it works. If you guys want to build a streaming audience and you're trying, like you should do it when people are like most people aren't around, which is this time of night. And that might suck, especially if you have like a normal schedule of being up during the day. But then you might have to, then like the morning could be good. But it's really tough though. You're going to get, especially if you're trying to do this content, like you're going against a lot of big influencers that are live and doing it already. So to start fresh, so like, yeah, you just find a time during the night that works. So my gaming channel can thrive a little bit sometimes. But this is how MAGA disseminates information. And this is what we saw in the leaks in the Atlantic when Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense were disseminating information, that way, and we're leaking information in a signal chat with the Atlantic reporter, and it's just, what are you doing? But you can see that this is a culture of the government, right? Because why does this exist to begin with? Why is this even a thing at all? Right? Again, it's an onion, multiple layers, all of it bad. There you go. So then you got people trying to figure this out. So let me get this straight. Marco Rubio's Undersecretary of State handed Data Republican docs approved for public release so Data Republican can pretend to expose corruption, but she thought it was a setup. I don't know what's worse, the fact Data Republican is a fraud researcher who was fed stories by the government, or that she has thought it was a setup because this administration throws their people under the bus. It's not okay when the deep state sets you up to commit a crime. And also to what crime? Like, this is why this is an onion, because there was no crime there other than the garbage propaganda, right? I mean, that's not a crime. Propaganda, unfortunately, isn't a crime. But like, there was like this Undersecretary of State Sarah Rogers was not sending like illegal information to you. She was forming a narrative around some dumb fuck can slop like fucking bullshit. Like, literally nothing important whatsoever other than leftists are planning a protest. Okay, wow, big news. Like, literally. But it was a lot though, because MAGA, it isn't the idea, it isn't that MAGA is even reading all that. It's just that it looks like it's a lot, so MAGA will like run with it. They won't even read it. But it's like, this is what Biden's doing, and like, Biden's a communist apparently, right? So anybody to the left of anything is all part of Biden's communism. So it's just an insane world, man. MAGA is truly like fucked. Truly fucking insane. But and then so nothing that Secretary of State Sarah Rogers sent was anything illegal at all. Just literally a crafted narrative as a gift, which she actually says, ironically, right? She literally was like, it's literally a gift. Like, here is a propaganda from the government. Here you go. Put it on your Twitter. And then you want to act as if it's some type of deep state setup? Like, you're a moron. You're an absolute moron. If anything, yes, this was a gift with extra steps. Okay, this is a gift with a nuance, for sure. Definitely a gift for everybody, but not in the way you thought it would be. Because now MAGA can see how it works a little bit, and they are. But, I mean, and then most of us, again, are like, why is this even happening? Like, fuck it all. Like, fuck all of it. Like, why is this a thing? Right? And you're right, too. So definitely true and fact-pilled if you're just like, why the fuck? Okay, but yeah, you needed to understand the context. That took a while, but it's like MAGA is like this, though. Data Republican says, I see Israel ops everywhere because I have cognitive bias. Okay, their funders are not, okay, it's, get her fired from what? She claims she's an independent researcher who quit her job. Does she work for the government now? No, probably some right-wing think tank. Like, they all work for each other. It's all part of it. It's all one big cult. I guess we can go back to consuming the deep state curated BS. Poster deleted, and Data Republican and Sarah will be hugging soon. This is why we need to repeal the 2013 amendment to the Smith-Mundt Act, which created a loophole for our government to propagandize us. Interesting. Yeah, why is it even a thing, right? Maggots exposed. Jenica Pound, self-styled digital crusader behind the X account, Data Republican, who has built a massive following by positioning herself as an anti-establishment hero, taking down the deep state. However, the reality of her rapid rise reveals a striking irony. Her crusade against entrenched government influence has positioned her directly within the shadow of a new, highly coordinated network of political and corporate power. Far from being a detached outsider unearthing billions in taxpayer waste just by reading raw data, Pounds operated for months under an anonymous avatar while pulling a paycheck as a senior software engineer at Upstart, an AI lending firm backed heavily by billionaire Republican mega donor Peter Thiel. Weird enough, right? Ooh, the real conspiracy. The real fun stuff. MAGA. It's funny. It's because MAGA could have their existence that they think they live in. Obviously, you're not going to get the rate. No, you can't be racist. Sorry. Immigrants are cool. Trans people are cool. Like all that's L. You're gonna lose on all that, right? You're gonna lose on all that. But like all your conspiracy brain shit about the government is like you. Like it's there. All of that's there still. The Epstein files, the deep state, billionaire financiers, like the surveillance state. All that is real. But like you got to look inward though. You gotta actually criticize Trump. Sorry. You gotta do that. You gotta do that. MAGA does it harder than anyone. MAGA's done deep state harder, faster, better, stronger than anyone. Right? Like it's crazy. Even Democrats are impressed. While her company spent years aggressively fighting federal regulations enforced by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, her independent data analysis conveniently led her to target the exact same agency on social media, perfectly aligning her public whistleblowing with the financial interests of her employer and its billionaire backers. Her strategy relied heavily on formatting confusing flowcharts and tagging Elon Musk to claim she found a quick billion for federal cuts. So that's what got her really famous. Like she already had a big following in MAGA. It's crazy that I say famous, right? Like MAGA famous. But like that's who was putting out those fake US aid numbers. That's who was generating this fake information about how much Elon Musk was cutting in Doge. That was coming from data Republican guys. At the time, a lot of you guys probably were just protesting, or you're outside at the No Kings that were protesting all of this at the time. But it's important to know who was putting all this shit out, which was data Republican. Elon, which is connected to Elon, which is why I think data Republican is trying to distance himself from MAGA, do shit like this to kind of rock the boat, because I think data Republican, it wants to be an Elon Musk's thing, which is what I'm worried about. Like you guys think Trump is it? Elon Musk is richer he has more money than Trump. That's why Elon Musk can go out on his own platform and say Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, and then they're out hugging it. And then you got Donald Trump literally doing used car salesman propaganda for Elon. Didn't matter. Like they argued and shit, and definitely. But you had Trump, Tesla, White House. You guys remember this one? Remember when Trump was out there doing a fucking
feed as we are seeing President Donald Trump joined by Elon Musk and his son here.
$2 million. That's a lot of money. But we're talking
buy these cars. Buy these cars. You can get one. You can get one. Call now.
Billions of dollars being given to defunct, scams.
This is when Trump gets in. Let's go to that.
His call. I thought it was nice.
Yep.
This is beautiful. Whoa.
Elon was literally like, "Oh yeah, Mr. President. Well, you're gonna be my car salesman. And you're a pedophile. Because Elon's richer than him. Elon's what do you do? A trillionaire. He's gonna be the fucking Chungus MAGA. He's gonna be MAGA plus. And you guys think it's done with Trump and our president here is cucked the fucking loser? Elon. You guys are like, please. I really hope. I really hope. Like I'm pushing against a lot, but like I really hope a lot of my true people that are gonna be here for the long term understand that Donald Trump is like not the end of it. Donald Trump is not the end of everything. Of like, oh God, if we just defeat Donald Trump, then fascism goes away. When this was happening last year, and he was doing car sales for Elon because he needed Elon's money, he needed him attached, he needed all that, he needed all this. Had Elon go in there and just commit fraud and cut all of U.S. aid, which is supposed to be illegal, but they did it anyways. Nothing's really happened, right? Let's cut it. Maybe they'll have some hearings. I don't know. Maybe. But put all that money into their own pockets. Elon's pocket, Trump's pocket, and Elon's richer than Trump. So, of course, that's why you got Donald Trump out there doing Tesla commercials for him. Insane. Following her unmasking, Pounds immediately, again, back to data Republican, immediately embedded herself in the partisan ecosystem, booking high-profile appearances with conservative figures like Lara Logan on Going Rogue to boost her brand and transitioning into a paid political speaker headlining partisan events into the RMV Freedom Festival. When critics within her own community questioned her data's accuracy, right-wing U.S. attorneys stepped in to publicly defend her under federal protection initiatives, granting her the exact kind of state-backed immunity usually reserved for high-level political insiders. Wow, deep state. Ultimately, Jenica Pounds did not destroy the deep state. She simply traded one version of it for another, leveraging a carefully engineered X persona to jump straight from a billionaire tech-backed tech firm into the pockets of the federal elite. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. That's the story of all MAGA, though. Of course, you have to right. The Republican Party is the fist of our system. All right, it's the one that's going to go out there and start wars and send federal agents into cities and kill people, and of course. So what the fuck you thought it was? Duh. Here's the mom. Apparently the mom has a Twitter account. This is so cooked. Even if your intentions were not totally nefarious, you took advantage of someone who is not inherently cunning like you are. Gift my ass. This kind of crap is what's wrong with so much. Resign. No, I think sure. That's what's wrong with a lot of it, but your daughter and you, it's probably too oh my god, bro. Data _ Republican. Probably not even the mom. It's probably like some other fucking right-wing male influencer. Florida, for sure. The idea that you're just the mom of Data Republican and you guys are anime profile picture 4chan embodied. Like, we're there. So yeah, if you guys, I think this, I hope by going into this stuff, I'll get more of a audience my age that is kind of like aware of this stuff and doesn't look at it as just like otherworldly slop, but which it should be. It should be otherworldly slop, right? It should be something to just, wow, I'm above that, and you are, but our government isn't. The elites aren't, because this is how they play. You got to know how they play, and it is very sloppy. And it is like, yeah, internet garbage and shit you might not think is relevant, but unfortunately, oops, it is. Jenica Pound serves at the Department of War as a special government employee. Special government employees, guys. And is no longer a credentialed journalist at the Pentagon. Her PFAC expired in June of 2026 and did not seek a renewal. She began working for the department July of 2026. You mean June? Or you mean 2025? A temporary federal worker, advisor, or consultant to the U.S. executive or legislative branch. Serve with or without pay for a maximum of 130 days. Doesn't matter. Like, why? Data Republican built a large following as an independent, data-focused outsider scrutinizing waste, NGOs, and government spending. I've had many criticisms of her content for years. I found a lot of it one-sided, riddled with factual errors, and often dishonest. Now, we're learning she became a special government employee in July. She no longer is operating purely as an outside journalist. None of them are. Of course. How is it possible you work in the government and are independent? It doesn't work that way. That's not what independent means. MAGA though. But they'll call me, whenever I say I'm independent, which I actually am because I don't work for any government. I literally just fire up my stream, smoke a joint, and start talking. But apparently I'm like I'm a communist deep state George Soros actor. And your own influencers and people that work in your government are that, actually. Lick my butthole. Insane, though. There you guys go. Now all of it's popping up because this is how Twitter works. You spend 2 minutes looking at something and your whole feed's full of it. So the influencer, Data Republican, officially credentialed Pentagon press corps member who presents herself as a conservative-leaning moderate with over 950 followers on X, is an employee of the DoD. Welcome to the Pentagon press corps. My MAGA has no room to talk about journalism and reporting and what a journalist is and anything. I mean, you have literal fake ass journalists that are deep state operatives and literally work in the government doing deep state shit, curating messages. Not like just giving the facts. You're curating messages. You're curating narratives. I honestly don't know what I said to get timed out. What happened? What happened on Twitch? What's going on? All the MAGA. I wouldn't call Carolyn MAGA. She fights with them all the time. She's a Nazi though. And she says she is too. It's not like I'm calling her a Nazi because she's right wing. It's like, no, she's a Nazi. That a Republican is a liberal DEI hire. What the fuck? They're eating themselves. Is it worth donating that Data Republican donated to Amy Klobuchar also? Oof. Oh no. I donated oh God. Oh no. Mercado, don't talk about Democrats. Stop. You already did. You're done now. You know, you're talking about MAGA. So you got to talk about MAGA now. Okay. My bad, guys. That's crazy. You don't say, huh? That's crazy. Tell us 5 things you did this week at your government job. Dang. Remember when they did that? Yeah, but don't remember the Elon Musk came out. Oh God, dude, that's bringing out shit from last year. They were like, you have to report back and tell us 5 things you did today. Or Elon was posting that just to lie to his followers because MAGA thinks it's the red pill way, right? The pick yourself up by your bootstraps, report to your superiors, be productive. You got to report 5 things a day. Remember that? MAGA, remember him doing that? The rough and tough life of conservatism. That's actually a good one. I'm retweeting that. Literally, look at my whole For You timeline is Data Republican now. Thank you, JoJo Radio. If you're still in the chat, I see you rated me a couple hours ago. I appreciate that. Insanity. The DoD is paying someone who can't use Excel, who lies all the time, and is too rock stupid to read a document that's not classified. Oh, and as a bonus, someone who issues violent threats and the addresses of Americans to her mob followers. And we wonder why we're losing a war. Damn. Damn. Dang, Mustache Bob. True. Yeah. That's why, I mean, when you got Trump over there on his Truth Social saying, we've won, we've done it, and we haven't. Iran's entire military is in the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz. It's not. I don't think Data Republican knows what she just did. Everything is going to fall apart extremely quickly now. You think this is what it was going to do it? A lot of people aren't even really paying attention to that really yet. I'm hoping so, but too many fucking Democrats are too busy fighting Hassan. So who knows? Probably won't. This is eventually a big story. Big story. Big problem. Big issue. But Hassan. Have you guys condemned Hassan yet? We can't talk about MAGA deep stating itself and also exposing the rot of the MAGA government, actually, because we haven't condemned Hassan today, guys. All right, let's all sit in a circle and make sure we give Hassan recognition before we continue. this stream. All right, can we all get a Hassan recognition? Insane. This is a massive story. Will it go anywhere? Who knows? I'll try to figure out a way to post it because it's really easier. It's way easier to spend an hour on stream digging through this than making a post about it, because like people are gonna tune out when I'm like, this MAGA little X influencer. They'll stop. They'll be like, I don't care. But like, it's a big deal though, because one, it shows that MAGA is the very deep state that it claimed to be against. But two, like, they're operating with shadow influencers to disseminate propaganda and being the very thing, being the very thing that they say they all voted against. Wow, this was Enos. Can't is the same. Post the. Wow, no, post the Royce White too, because he was out there. Hold on, they did. They're the same. They're the same guys. Royce White was out there leading BLM marches on the highway. He was out there leading them out there in 20. Oh, there you go. Oh wow, guys, what the fuck? Whoa. Wow. Enos, I can't breathe, Cantor.
I can't breathe.
Wow.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
And then you got Royce, I'm actually George Floyd White.
That if we dress in all black in honor of, you know, the prophecy, so to speak, of Kaepernick, that we would be, powerful and symbolic.
MAGA's entire world is just built on fucking sticks. I don't know. But like, it sucks because they have billionaire funding, but like everything they believe in is just
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
oh my god.
And that's what we're trying to do, man. And it turned out great. I'm so happy to see all these people here, and for us to be able to hold this bridge down. It really gives me that feeling of Selma back in the 60s.
What does Colin Kaepernick's efforts have to do with today's effort?
So the whole goal of it was for us to come and kneel here on the bridge and have a moment of silence, a moment of protest that was peaceful, because his protest was peaceful, and it got, it got tarnished in a lot of ways. It got sidetracked, and now you see a country that's on fire, and you lose sight of the fact that we tried to silent protest. You lose sight of the fact that silent protest has been the way we've chosen for a long time.
So woke, and now he's dressing. Now he's got wigs on, and he's pretending to be a woman. What the fuck?
And to no avail. So we wanted to honor that today, especially as athletes leading this.
Prosecute. There's no peace. Prosecute the police.
And
hey,
just listen to him.
Listen to Minneapolis.
Just listen to some of these voices that speak that.
Minneapolis going off in the background, right? Who knows what he's saying? Doesn't matter. Minneapolis is going hard, but crazy, dude. You're out there leading them. I remember it. That's why I've been on his ass for years. He's not like he's new to the national spotlight, but in Minnesota, he's been a regular piñata for everyone. He's been a regular punching bag for memes because he was out there leading Black Lives Matter marches in the highway and shit. And then now you're like some right-wing MAGA sloppy list. Like, you're a fucking clown. The BLM to MAGA pipeline is the insane. Like, going from Black Lives Matter out there to MAGA is, I don't even know how that works. I don't, but people are doing it. And it's really what it was is because Black Lives Matter was popular. That's what it was. This was a popular thing to be a part of. So that's why. And MAGA, their existence, like MAGA had a populist existence still, but they attached themselves to it. MAGA's populism goes back to like 2015. They weren't on it then. They attached themselves to it after the COVID, after 2020, because they were both, they were doing BLM shit. And a lot of these MAGA men were. They were out there and doing social justice shit. And then because MAGA populism continued after his defeat during Biden's presidency, they're like, oh, that's what I'm going to latch on to now. I'll just latch on to MAGA propaganda now.
True. Some of these things could be avoided.
You being from Minneapolis, what was it like to see George Floyd die at the hands of the police?
It was unspeakable, man. He looks so much like Stephen Jackson. Stephen Jackson's my friend. That's my brother. And, you know, we would go to war together. He knows that. I know that for him in my direction. And, you know, it's just a heinous thing to see, man. Somebody to kneel on somebody's neck, somebody to squeeze the life of somebody's, you know, squeeze the life out of somebody in that way. And that we could all watch it on camera and there still be a debate. I mean, that's the part that you really have to look at and say, what does this country come to? What is going on here? And we know what it's come to. And like I said to these people out here today, we don't have a social injustice problem. We have a corporate injustice problem. And this country has become a tyrannical corporation. And we have to rein that in. We have to regain some sovereignty as these communities, start to police ourselves, like Brother Cross said, and really start to reshape what being an American is going to look like every day.
A lot of people are drawing attention to the looters, to the people setting fires, man. What do you got to say about that?
I would say this, man. The looters are a response of a lack of justice.
Wow. Wow. Justifying the looting. I never even did that, Royce. Whoa. I never justified the looting or the burning of anything. I was out there helping people escape from their fucking houses. I was out there on Lake Street helping people grab all their belongings and literally escape from their home because the fires are getting too close in multiple sections of Lake Street. I was out there like, yo, this fucking looting is bad. This fucking shit is not good. And like the protest agreed, and they were out there telling the looting to stop. And they were like, you need to stop with the fucking looting because that shit's dumb, and just come join our protest instead. And that was like immediately, like in the middle of the looting and the riot zone. Protests were going right through it, and they were like, no, stop, like no more done, stop looting, stop stealing, come join our protest. The whole time, yes, the looting was happening, but I was like, all that was bad. Wow, I didn't know Royce Wright was justifying the fucking looting during 2020, but he gets to be a MAGA populist now because he's like gained 18 new bags under his eyes on what's his name? Alex Jones's network now. Look how much older he looks now just in 6 years. People think I'm like, look at that. Jesus, bro. Holy fuck. Oh my brother. This is what MAGA does to you. Look at that. This is what MAGA does to you. Leftist Royce. Royce, the looting is a response, right? Which the whole thing was a response, but you don't fucking justify the looting, you moron. You don't do that. You understand? You'd go like, man, the anger justified. Don't agree with burning buildings or looting, but it's a powder keg that happened because of the continuation of injustice towards black and brown Americans being gunned down at the hands of the police. Bang. Not fucking like what? And you're a MAGA right wing and you're out there justifying the looting. That's wild. Look at this guy now. This is MAGA, brother. This is what MAGA does to you. Holy fuck. He had about, what, a bag and a half? Motherfucker got them shits stacked up, boy. Holy. This is 6 years. People call me a kid still. And I've been doing this shit for 6 years. Royce White's out there. I was out there too in a different spot. And people still will call me a little kid. Royce White's a year older than me. Sorry, he's 2 years older. He's 35, right? And I've been in the military. I led soldiers. I was a sergeant. How old is he? Yeah, he's 2 years older than me. This motherfucker looks 60. Motherfucker looks like you know, on the back end of the 50s. And if you're at that age, hey, I'm not knocking you. You earned that. You're that age. Royce White is 35. He hasn't earned that. Nope. Hasn't lived enough life to be looking like this. I'm 33 and people call me a little kid because I don't know, because I have hair. I don't know. Millennials have been better about making we look younger, I guess, as we get older, which not our fault. Like, I don't know, like, we're old, we're getting older, we're in our 30s, we're not little kids. But I don't know, I look at least 20 years younger than Rice, and I'm only 2 years younger than him. And this is what he looked like in 2020. Like, you look at me in 2020 and I do look like a little kid, but Royce already looked old then. I don't even know what. Look, it's wild. Want to see me in 2020? It's only fair. It's only fair, right? Right around the same time too, around the BLM protests. Crazy. Royce, the looting is he was making this. Boy, did he want he would they would have been calling him, do you condemn Royce for his statements about the looting? You condemn Royce White? Royce White sounded like a bigger leftist than Hassan back then. Jesus. Probably would have been leading the movement. He would have stayed the course or whatever. Royce, the looting was based white. Way more than I was doing then. I wasn't even fully. Oh, I wouldn't even know how to say what he said about the system or any of that back then. I was still coming out of the right wing. I wouldn't have had the words. Royce had the words though. He knew exactly what to say. He's a symptom of the system that we live in. Continuation of the brutality. And then he's asked about the looting. I gotta scroll way down. See if I have a. No, oh, we're in Ukraine now, so we're getting there. Literally, like, I gotta show you a photo of me from the same day, or from the same about the same time out in Minneapolis. Should have posted more from Ukraine on my Instagram. I did not know how to use Instagram like we do now, or social media really at all. We're getting there, y'all. So many pictures from Ukraine. I just don't want to scroll. I just get you guys dizzy. You guys still awake, doing well? It's all performative. It's jumping from one thing to another, I guess, huh? Which is crazy because I've been on the same. I feel like I've been on this. I haven't jumped anything. Like, I was already starting to question MAGA in 2019, going into 2020 on my own before even stepping out onto the street. And then that helped, obviously, because of all the lies MAGA was saying about everything that was going on. Then I'm like, oh, okay, well, if they're lying about what's literally being live streamed, I wonder what else they're lying about. And it turned out to be everything. So turned out it's everything. What's MAGA lying about? Oh, everything. We're getting there. I'm in 2020 now. Wow. I thought I had a picture of me. Wow. It's the one with the. Damn, that doesn't count. The cross. MAGA said I was demonic. They were like, you're demonic for having the. Because I tried to put a medic cross on my chest. You guys can at least see what I'm looking at. That's one picture. I do look younger. I was at George Floyd's funeral. At his casket. This is Portland. MAGA in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I look younger, I guess. I have my brace on still. That photo's sick. I was in Portland. Had some of the coolest photos from Portland. Fuck CJ, but it's a cool picture. Yeah, there I am. Oh, pretty young, right? All of 2020, right here. The trumpet man. Bloodied up. Oh, we have it's also the anniversary of Kenosha, Wisconsin too this week. Yeah, I look like a little kid for sure. Jesus. But regardless though, Royce White looks like he's 1,000 years old. But what 6 years ago tonight would have been Kenosha and Kyle Rittenhouse. That was terrible. Oh, a terrible time. That was not a good time at all. There's like pictures of us afterwards. Yeah, I look just like gone. How do I open this? It won't. I don't know. Crazy though. Yeah, it was the night that we interviewed the Boogaloo Boys or whatever, the Kyle Rittenhouse. The election year for 2028 is going to be like worse than this, I think. This was 2020, man. There's the Porta-John from the Porta-John Monster. Yeah, I think the election in 2028 will be a lot for sure. Just like that year was. But the idea that we got these right-wing clowns like Royce White and Enos Cantor, like they're just attaching themselves to populism. And I guess, yeah, like that would have been the populism after Biden won, would have been to stick with MAGA. That would have been the move, I suppose, right? Because a lot of people were, like, as much as Biden was doing to continue Israel's genocide of Palestine, like internally he was addressing a couple issues that we had. We got child tax credits, infrastructure act through, right? But even with those, or like natural disasters would happen and just a wave of MAGA propaganda would come in and just absolutely like lie about everything. Like, so while there's legit criticisms of Biden, it was like every single day, even now, right? Even now, Donald Trump or anyone will get on there and blame Biden for the current economy when it's impossible. Biden left the economy in a certain condition, and the conditions you have it in now are worse. It'd be like I show up to a softball field and it'd be like I show up to a softball field and it's all paved, not really the best, but like it's paved at least, it's raked for the next game. And then we go out there and destroy the batter's box completely after it's been raked, and we just absolutely just destroy it, or we destroy a base or something, and then we blame the previous team. I'm just trying to think of something very easy to understand, very simple. It'd be insane, right? Because we were out there playing on it. It's like the conditions were like, because in between games you get you get so you get a field rake, like usually a four-wheeler will go around with like a chain fence and like rake the fields on a tournament or something that matters and make sure the field's in a better condition. Or sometimes for big like a championship game or like the semifinals, they'll make sure they repaint the lines and they'll get new lines painted and everything. And it'd be like if I were to like move the line or something or fuck with the line, and then I blame, oh, the previous team was out here playing before us. But whatever. It's dumb. Like you are like MAGA created the economy that we live in now. When it's worse than when Biden. It'd be one thing if the economy or the conditions had gotten better after Donald Trump became president at any point, but they didn't. They only continued to get worse and worse and worse. Then you launch a war, and now it's significantly worse. And not only that, but you're threatening Canada. But not only that, and we're going to talk about this more tomorrow too during primetime hours, but it was like I literally could not sleep because we are witnessing another round of attacks on Canada. Okay, and you got Mark Carney. I think Mark Carney's kind of becoming a hero for Canadians. If any Canadians tune in, you could let me know maybe, but he's like standing against it. He's not really cucking out to it, at least for now. I hope it continues. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has turned his decision to hold firm against President Trump's tariff threats. Right, he's threatening to tariff 50% on Canada, which Americans pay for, but like it's still like it's a economic attack on Canada. Like it hurts Americans, but it hurts the industry within Canada as well. Like it does have an impact on Canada, but like the American businesses will be the ones paying the tariffs that are coming in, right? So everyone loses. Everyone fucking loses, and then Donald Trump wins because they're getting that tariff money, okay? Mild-mannered former Bank of Canada and England governor is holding firm against Trump despite the threat of further economic pain for Canadians. Carney campaigned on standing up to Trump, but has generally dealt with the unpredictable U.S. president with the measured temperament of his central banking days, which I think is probably upset some Canadians, right? That like, why you gotta stand against him. Like, don't like, especially in like Canada is attached to us. You're a part of the North America, right? We all live on the same continent. So we need Canada, we need Mexico, we need anyone that's standing for something to fight against Trump. Like it can't just be Americans. So it's like hopefully like Canadians are hoping that Mark Carney would do that. And like in some moves, even what was it, Ford? He's a Republican, but he even had a moment last year where he even like stood against Trump. But it needs to be like unified. And if we could get Canada to be hard on this too, it would be significant. And this could absolutely help in defeating Donald Trump in the midterms. Like, and you guys don't think it is, but and obviously Canada has their own government and Canada like their own society. But if they are standing firm against Trump, it would be like significant. Like it would inspire people. You know what I mean? Like you just have more people even showing up. Like, oh God, we got Canada too. We have Spider-Man. We got Canada. Like what the, right? Like people would be more willing to probably even go out. I don't know, when they see that there's more leaders, because often we see European leaders capitulating to Donald Trump, right? We see the Europeans capitulate to Trump. So to have another North American leader like Mark Carney actually like holding firm, like that's huge, and we need that. Like all of us do, because if like clearly Trump's willing to drag Canada down into it. He's destroying our country, and he's willing to try to take Canada with him. Apparently, like what the fuck? Like you have your own country, you'd fight against that. Absolutely, fight against that. Fuck that. Carney walked away from trade talks with Trump administration on Friday, good on him, and vowed to match 50% U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar, winning broad support at home. Obviously, you're like, fuck, let's go. Fight fire with fire. So he said he'll match that tariff. Corpay chief market strategist Carl Shimada said Monday that Carney appears to be betting that November's midterms will blunt Trump's tariff drive, which that's not a bad bet. Not a bad bet, especially after looking at the midterms. If you're at least a little smart, you're looking at the midterm, you're looking at the primaries and the numbers that are showing up, and they're not there for the red, right? You got red versus blue, and the red team not having the numbers. Blue team has the numbers. So you make calculated moves based on that. Sorry, MAGA, but you're cooked. Like, you're done. Okay, you're gonna cry. They'll go. Listen, there will be a wave of right-wing protests. At least probably there'll be the Stop the Steals again, and Zach X will feel like he has friends because they'll all be out there because the Democrats will be stopping everything Trump does. So they'll feel emboldened to probably protest again, and we'll see what that time period is like. Like, I feel like there will be a shift here when the Democrats win and they're gonna take control of the Congress and derail everything Trump does, and then the right wing will go out there and cry and go out there and protest for Trump. And that's probably what's going to happen. That's probably what 2027 into 2028 is going to be like. A whole lot of save our children, stop the steal, QAnon, slop. It'll be something different though. It'll be some new form of mind control like Q was. Say to play Lawler notes, Carney has enjoyed a very extended political honeymoon since his long governing Liberal Party was reelected last year. Carney was already popular before his latest clash with Trump. His approval rating rose 3 points to 60% last week, while a poll conducted during the same period showed most Canadians wanted a tougher approach to U.S. trade talks days before the talks collapsed. He has also won broad support from provincial premiers across party lines, including Ontario Conservative Doug Ford, that's his name, Doug Ford, who was aggressively pushed back against Trump's tariff threats, and Manitoba Social Democrat Wab Kinew, who said he's 100% behind Carney. So you got all the whole Canadian government is going to stand together on this. Nothing brings unity like fascists. Until you get close to election time, and then you'll have the dumb shit we see now from liberals. But most of the time, you're supposed to be unified. So obviously, an attack on Canada from Trump will unify Canada, which is good. Never a bad thing. It's never bad. But I wish it could be something that could stay.
Okay.
Oops. None of it good for Trump, though.
This morning, the United States has renewed a trade war against one of its largest trading partners. The Trump administration has now imposed new 50% tariffs against $20 billion of Canadian goods. Now, these new levies, they went into effect over the weekend and will likely raise prices on everyday items you purchase, like dairy, clothing, building materials, hockey equipment. Marathon talks took place last week to avoid
the hockey thing alone. Yeah, the hockey thing alone will push a lot of conservative Minnesotans over the edge when they see their prices of what's coming for this winter. If this happens, they will like, bro, because they pay hockey equipment already costs a fuckload. You got to buy a lot. So have fun with that.
These new tariffs, but ultimately broke down at the 11th hour. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney addressed his country.
Canada will match Washington's new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses.
Why does it feel like today Mark Carney is going to war? Trade war. The tone.
Because we were attacked. Like, you're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked.
Joining us now, NBC News senior White House correspondent.
Good on him. Finally a leader with a spine. Holy.
Correspondent Gabe Gutierrez and business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Gabe, we heard from the U.S. Trade Representative this morning, and he had a different take. Tell us what the difference is between the U.S. and Canada here.
Well, the administration sees this very differently, Christine. They are trying to argue that Canada has been ripping off the U.S. for far too long. And in addition to those tariffs that we had heard about last week on those household items, I should point out, just within the past few minutes, we have some breaking news. President Trump posting on social media saying that on January 1st, again, on January 1st, there will now be 50% tariffs on all cars, trucks, and automotive parts and steel, that those tariffs will be increased to 50%. That has the potential to have huge economic consequences here. And as you mentioned, the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer was interviewed earlier this morning. He described why these trade talks collapsed last week with Canada. Let's listen.
Simply, they wanted more. I don't know if it was political for them. It certainly doesn't make economic sense, but perhaps for political reasons. They have some by-elections coming up. I don't know, but they came in and they wanted more, and we weren't prepared to do that.
So there have been an escalating war of words for quite some time now. We've seen between the U.S. and Canada, with President Trump repeatedly mocking Canada as the 51st state, now escalating this to some very real potential economic consequences that American consumers might
Canada, please go protest. I'll come up and highlight it. I'd love to go up there.
feel. But Jamieson Greer earlier today, he's trying to argue that this only affects a small percentage of overall trade between the U.S. and Canada. So he's downplaying the consumer impact of all this. But still, a lot of questions moving forward, Christine.
I mean, he is right there, guys. And Brian, I'll bring you in here. He's right about that's 5% of what Canada sells the United States.
It's not everything.
The concern is, though, that tit for tat, if you start going back and forth here. And you've already got inflation higher than is comfortable in the United States. So you could see...
And the war.
Holiday decor, wine, plywood, all of these things, they could be more expensive for American shoppers.
Yeah, and again, when we get to January 1st, if there is no resolution on what Gabe was just saying with that fresh round of potential 50% tariffs on auto products coming in from Canada, that can make buying a new car a lot more expensive as well. We had already been talking about this a year ago when some of the proposed tariffs on automotive products coming in from Canada and around the world could have threatened to increase the cost of a new vehicle by thousands of dollars. We can now be facing the same thing because you have to remember we get a lot of our vehicles from Canada as a result of some of the infrastructure that was in place under NAFTA and then after USMCA for building automotive vehicles across Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. But to your point, these types of tariffs, now that they've taken effect as of this weekend, they could threaten to raise prices for a lot of those things going into the key holiday retail season. We know that tariffs don't necessarily lead to dollar-for-dollar increases in prices the day after they're put in place. But if you think about the fact that it has historically taken a few months for that to bleed through, what does that take us? It takes us close to around that key Black Friday shopping period where some of those goods that could be tariffed now from Canada could get more expensive. So if you try to buy a hockey stick, for example, for your kid who might play hockey later on this winter, that could get 50% potentially.
It's interesting, too, that late last week we heard the administration was considering lowering tariffs on ground beef, imported ground beef, because that would help beef prices in the United States. The same administration that says tariffs don't cause higher inflation.
Right. They seem to acknowledge the impact of some of that.
And the beef prices are driving MAGA insane. Like, that is an actual route that is bad. And like, you have MAGA speaking about that quietly. Shh, not too loud. But like, it's definitely rumblings in the right wing about how their beef prices are getting worse. Hey, let's go. Something happened. Like, I'll appreciate that. I think it was actually, oh, thank you, Gene, for my gaming channel. It must be, is that a sign to hurry this up and start gaming? Hurry this up. Get to the real stream. My bad. I usually do not stream like this late. This is new. I think Jake Lang revitalized my energy, to be honest, guys. I think that's what it is. I lost it, and then Jake Lang has now helped inspire me to get back on the horse. Because fuck that. Because what the fuck was even that? And then the Minneapolis police helping him? Absolutely not. Nope. Can't sit down now. Nope. Appreciate that, though. I do have a gaming channel. Thank you for subscribing to that. We're also live on Twitch. Shout out to the 6-7 in the chat on Twitch. Wow. We literally have 6-7 on Twitch right now, guys. I love that. Perfect. The perfect number. But I am trying to get that up, guys. I got to average like 75 a stream, I think, so I can become partner over there. And that would be huge. And we're almost there. So I appreciate you guys that are tuning in and over there. Also, all my YouTube viewers, all my Facebook viewers. We actually have had about 20 some in the Facebook chat all night. I appreciate you guys over there. It's just far easier for me to see Twitch and YouTube chat, and I do have the Twitch chat up at all times now. I found a way to do it. So I see all your guys' comments. I see what you guys are doing over there. You're not being ignored. Facebook, however, I'm kidding. But it's hard for me to see, the comments don't load sometimes, and Facebook is not trying to be a live streaming platform. So like they did for a second and they gave up on it. Let's chuds on Twitch. Hikey Jake Lang has to have an abuse fetish light. Oh, an abuse fetish, right? Oh yeah. No, it's a humiliation ritual because that's what got him out of jail. So he's got to pay it back by going around and tap dancing.
Sometimes, but sometimes not. You know, Gabe, Carney said in that press conference the U.S. was trying to restrict Canada's trade deals with other countries, infringing on its sovereignty. What more are we learning about why these talks broke down?
Well, the U.S. Trade Representative Greer said earlier today that actually it appeared that these talks were going pretty well as of earlier last week, as of Tuesday. But then those talks broke down because, as he put it, Canada wanted more. I do find it interesting, Christine, that Greer also said that while there are no trade talks scheduled with Canada at this point, and the administration is now preparing options for President Trump to respond to Canada's retaliatory tariffs, we are hearing that there are trade talks scheduled with Mexico. And Greer seemed much more optimistic that there could be some sort of deal reached with Mexico, our neighbor to the south. But again, right now, very icy relationship between Canada and the U.S., Christine.
I've done this in Civilization, and the military usually gets sent after that. When I used to play Civilization 5 and 6, and even just spreading religion to a neighbor state was enough for a player to send the military. So I don't know, man. Like this continues, and I don't know. Like I don't know how long Canada and Mexico are just gonna like be okay with, like, I don't know, man. We share a continent, so it's like this needs to stop, because they're even rocking the boat of the status quo, but in a really bad way. They're rocking the status quo in a way that will create one that's even worse than this on a surveillance state level. Fascism, obviously, more like making Israel all of the Middle East, like it's just controlled by Israel, right? So we're getting to that point, but all directed by like the elite, like just billionaires are gonna just run this shit. Like we're gonna have an oligarchy. We kind of have one. We have a tech oligarchy, but we still have the government of old still in charge, right? But the tech oligarchy is the ones that are really paying all that and funding it. But we're just gonna completely be done with the government, which I already, like I say every stream, I think our government as it stands now is just in name only, like all of it, and it truly is just ran by the tech billionaires. But they all still gather in DC, and the buildings are there, and they play games, but nothing really gets done on a serious level. And we have a tech oligarchy, and the tech companies are what really run this shit, and corporate, and also corporate elites. So they're rocking the boat in that direction, and I don't know if other countries that still have a similar status quo like that, but not as bad as the United States is doing it at all. But I don't know how long they're gonna let this boat get rocked like this in that direction without pulling back. And if they don't pull back, it's really bad. Really bad. Which again is why many are advocating for anti-establishment politicians, because they seem to be the ones that are willing to pull it back. Like you can't just return back to Biden era Democrat existence. We can't. It will just result in worse. It will result in worse, guys, every time. So we have to, like, if there's an effort at all to pull us back from MAGA, it has to be at least like, it doesn't have to be Hassan, doesn't have to be any like it just has to be people that are pulling against the status quo. Like if you don't like Hassan, you don't like Hassan. I'm sure he doesn't care either. Oh well, there are other people that are anti-establishment that you can go watch that are on Twitch or on YouTube and watch them and hear their takes instead. But anyone upholding the current what we have, I feel it's already been rocked so much in the direction of where Trump and the Heritage Foundation and Stephen Miller want to take it to. Okay, and there needs to be a serious backtracking, or who knows, because Canada and Mexico and other Western countries aren't going to be down on this forever. They're not going to be cool with just being attacked, especially economically when we live off capitalism. So this economic attack is an attack on Canada. Like, it's not with the military, but they're attacking. This is an attack on how we live in the West, collectively. Different country. Canada's its own country, but we live in the same type of existence of we got bills to pay and we go to clock in at work, right? I don't have to clock in. However, if I don't do this stream, I'm not paying bills, really, right? I live in a similar existence, just different, a little different, but you got to clock in and pay bills and all the same shit Americans have to do. We're all Americans. We're all live on North America, right? But different country, same reality. So this attack on Canada here is an attack on our status quo, which has been a thing Trump has been doing. It's been a thing Trump has been doing. He just doesn't care about it, which is why we can't restore it in America. We can't restore it. There is no restoration of it, especially because how can the fact that this can be exploited? Like, how is this even possible? It's because the system set it up to exist, I guess. So at least you have to eliminate. Like, are we going to eliminate the ability for a president to use tariffs as a weapon? We should just eliminate the idea of tariffs existing in the United States as an economic tool at all, period, which we did, I thought. But not really, because the system allowed loopholes for it to still come back, right? We used to operate off this back in the day. The tariffs used to be a regular thing, but it was bad for collective shared economy and capitalism, because it just you turns into what you're seeing now, and just economic attacks on each other. So tariffs died out because like, we have some tariffs that exist. Like, there are tariffs that will exist, but it's so small and minute or whatever. Or like sanctions packages aren't really tariffs, or they're not tariffs at all. But like when we sanction like Russia or whatever, we're usually like seizing their resources or like their frozen assets or whatever, or not whatever. But it's not tariffs. But tariffs have been like in terms of like a way to operate our economy to get a country to do what we want. We're supposed to sit down and talk it out, right? We're supposed to be liberal about it. We're supposed to debate and work it out in a deal. I thought Trump was a deal maker. Is Trump not a deal maker? What type of deal maker can't make a single deal that actually matters here? Because he's failed on Iran. He failed on Epstein, which because he's a part of it. He's failed on tariffs. These 8 wars that he's ended don't exist. That he hasn't ended a single thing. But he's just a liar, no deal maker. Doesn't even come out of this making a deal and just is like, yep, we're gonna send it anyways. We're gonna tariff Canada January 2027. Fuck it, run it. And we're all gonna pay for it. Like, we are all, like, Americans are gonna pay for that big time. And it's like, I don't see the vision. I don't see the vision with it. It's like, I feel like, is Trump trying to make as much as he can because he knows he's cooked? Like, I don't like, or are they trying to really establish this as the reality that we're gonna have, which isn't democratic at all? No democratic institutions. We're gonna have a dictatorship, which is support. We're gonna have like a Russia. We're gonna be like Russia, where we have a president like a Putin, and then just kind of everything's ran by billionaires, which it kind of already kind of is. It kind of is like that, but it'll be even like more like Russia, like, which will be really bad. As you guys know what Russian existence is like. if you've been paying attention to Russia's invasion of Ukraine at all, Russia internally is like completely like wasteland. Like Moscow's nice for sure. That's where the billionaires live. Same with St. Petersburg. So they'll do a bunch of propaganda showing how Moscow looks. But outside of Russia, oof. They're sharing like a porta-john. Like you live in an apartment building, you share in a porta-john outside. Like imagine I couldn't shit in my own toilet and I got to go outside and shit outside. Because the Russians got to do that because they don't have electricity, because all of their money and funding is going into their invasion of Ukraine. Because that's what we're doing here in the United States is we're giving all of our money to bombs in Israel to go continue foreign war in the Middle East. And then our existence here at home is just getting worse and worse and worse. We have fucking diarrhea lettuce, murder berries, blueberries. What's going on? What is the other one that just came out? There was another one too. We can't even eat regular food anymore.
I do want to shift gears right now. There's another story that we want to talk about here on Live Now from Fox. We have this post coming from Fox 9. Food recalls are piling up, and the latest one hits close to the freezer aisle. Frozen blueberries are at the center of the newest recall over possible E. coli contamination, but they are far from alone.
This is an example of good government that we need. Like to make sure our food is regulated so we're not getting like E. coli contamination and dying of disease or dying of food poisoning. Like, yeah, we need that. Corporations are not going to give a fuck, brother. You're a dollar sign to them. You're going to have some kids soon anyways, probably, right? You have kids and they'll have kids. Those are products. You know, fuck, we'll run through that. And you die. So the government, in this case, you need some type of entity or organization that is going to make sure our food is healthy. And that needs to exist. But in this Maha garbage, RFK Jr., Cheryl, slop, our shit is like we're fucked here with like we need all of that to function. But when you have shit happening, like I don't know, who do they have? What influencer do they give this job to? They gave Data Republican, Biden BLM propaganda, and then fucking Joe Rogan getting this one. Like, brother, Cheryl, E. coli.
The FDA has now upgraded the GreenWise frozen blueberry recall to a Class 1 recall, which is
we can't even eat blueberries anymore. That's insane, dude. Thanks, MAGA.
Agency's most serious level due to potential E. coli contamination.
Jesus.
12 people have been linked to the outbreak, with 4 hospitalized. The recalled blueberries and mixed berries were sold at public stores across 8 different states. Now, this comes as consumers are seeing that steady stream of major food recalls and foodborne illness investigations, from E. coli to
RFK Jr. was like, I'll show you a brain worm. You call me brain worm? Bet. Watch this.
Salmonella. We've talked a lot about here on Fox, Live Now from Fox, of course. This, like,
everybody's going to have worms.
So what does a Class 1 recall mean, and just how dangerous are these recalls that we're talking about? I want to bring into the conversation right now Bill Marler, who has spent decades litigating foodborne illness cases. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks. The previous segment looked a lot more fun than talking about foodborne illness. So
it's not the most fun thing to talk about, but it is so important because, you know, we're
who did it? Where'd it come from? Why is this happening?
We're eating these foods every single day, some of us. Let's talk
how is this happening?
About this Class 1 recall here pertaining to the blueberries. What do you really want consumers to know about this one?
You eat them, you die.
Well, there's a couple things. One is Class 1 recalls are the most serious level.
You will die.
It can cause serious illness and death. As you said.
I'm kidding. You eat these fucking berries and you're going to die. Murder berries. Oh, serious injury, death.
There have been 12 people linked to this, 11 in Florida, 1 in Georgia. It appears that most of those illnesses occurred a month and a half ago, but people need to pay attention. If they bought blueberries from Publix and they're in the freezer, there's a good adage in the food safety space, when in doubt, throw it out. And so what you don't want to do is just keep them in the back of your freezer and pull them out, a month from now and eat them and then wind up being another statistic.
And we've seen 12 people, unfortunately, get sick and be hospitalized from this. What does that tell you about the seriousness of this particular E. coli strain?
So this is Shiga toxin producing E. coli. It's the one that you kind of hear about where, and I've been dealing with this for 30 years in hamburger and romaine lettuce. It can cause severe illness, kidney failure in children. They can put kids on dialysis, can cause brain injury, a loss of large intestine, and it does unfortunately cause about 100 deaths a year. So it's a serious thing. Please check your freezers. If you purchase this product, just throw it away.
Or die. Okay, that's what we're in now. That's what's going on. All right, you got to regulate your own food. All right, you got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what we do in the right wing. Okay, what the fuck? It's your responsibility to figure out if your food is gonna kill you or not. All right, that's what we do. What other food news? Isn't there other food recalls happened this week? Has the U.S. had more food recalls? Have Americans concerned over food safety? Oh, the jalapeno outbreak. That was the one. How old were you during the great jalapeno outbreak of 2026? Oh. So, PSA, you also can't eat jalapenos right now, guys. Sorry. Because you probably die eating that. I think every day we'll just have a new food that you can't have because MAGA wanted to put the maha back in the food again. So now we got salmonella. So you got outbreak of salmonella investigation. Do not eat, serve, or sell recalled fresh jalapenos or products containing recalled jalapenos. You got okay. So recalled fresh jalapenos from Sinaloa, Mexico, and distributed by Coast Citrus distributors to wholesalers and restaurants. Okay, there's been additional recalls. So the symptoms of salmonella usually occurs from 12 to 72 hours after eating food that is contaminated with salmonella, and the symptoms usually last 4 to 7 days. So you can expect some diarrhea, fever, additional cramping. Children younger than 5, the elderly, and people with weakened immune systems are more likely to have severe infections. So as this government gets worse, just be on the lookout in case you get salmonella infection. Important information to know. Distributors, wholesalers, restaurants, and food service companies nationwide. Some manufacturers used affected jalapenos to make new products, which were distributed to retail stores. The FDA is working with Coast Citrus distributors and downstream recipients to determine the full distribution of recalled jalapenos. There you go. So you got an update. As a result of the recall, downstream recalls are being conducted for recalled jalapenos, products containing recalled jalapenos. On August 20th, the FDA created a major product recall page that additional product recalls by companies that further made a repackaged product with jalapenos by Coast Citrus distributors. Consumers should review the information on this page. Do not consume recalled jalapenos or products containing recalled jalapenos. There's a lot of jalapeno here. That I haven't read this much jalapenos in a while in a sentence. Consumers should follow guidance in each recall about returning recalled products to their place or purchase for a refund. You'll get a refund. You're gonna shit your brains out, but when you're done, you can go get a refund, guys. There you go. You might die, but you can get your money back. So good. Fuck yeah. There you go. chair, I'll get the money. So yeah, avoid jalapenos, avoid blueberries. I think the lettuce is safe now. Can we eat lettuce now? Is that safe? Is it safe to eat salad again? Experts say it's complicated, guys. So I don't know. It's the figure out here. Summer 2026 raised a question we thought we'd never have to ponder. Will eating this crunchy, tasty salad give me explosive diarrhea for the next few weeks? It's all thanks to news of cycloparesis. It's a GI illness caused by the parasite Cyclospora that has surged over the past couple months. Since May 1st, the Center for Disease Control has received reports of 15,716 lab-confirmed cases of cycloparesis. This includes 10,930 cases specifically linked to recalled iceberg lettuce. CDC officials also know that there is at least 11,841 more cases of cycloparesis that need to be investigated, suggesting that the illness counts will continue to grow. So you got like 15,000, almost 16,000 people just shitting their brains out, and they just can't stop. It just doesn't stop. Thanks, MAGA. Diarrhea lettuce. If you notice marked down greens at your local supermarket or are simply craving a big bowl of salad to beat the heat, it's understandable to wonder if it's safe to eat lettuce again. Are we live in Russia, I guess, already? Is it safe? It's the big question on all of our minds, but unfortunately the answer isn't quite clear. It depends. The recalled lettuce should no longer be available based on the recall dates in the Food and Drug Administration's assessment. Food safety specialist at Michigan University means you're no longer able to buy. Okay, so you got to look at it. You just got to look at it. You just got to look at it. You just look at this. Is this lettuce safe? Okay, so you got basically. So he's like, the question is not, is the restaurant lettuce unsafe? It is, do I trust this establishment's food safety discipline? Okay? That's what you have to ask yourself. It's on you. For a well-run restaurant with normal turnover, the risk should be low. For places with poor cleanliness, unclear sourcing, or questionable handling, I would be more cautious. There you go. So you gotta judge the establishment. Okay? Gotta go in there and be like, is shit clean? Shit dirty? Do they look like do they look like they care? And if the answer is no to any one of those things, then probably don't eat there. There you go. So there you go. You gotta gamble. It's like heads or tails. Heads, you'll get a good salad, and tails, you'll be on the toilet for 3 weeks. Jesus. Oh, meanwhile, we got the humanoid robots, the China humanoid robot competition happening while we're talking about our food killing us. There you go. Wow, look at this one. Holy fuck. Oh, they're doing relay races, dude. I've been seeing this shit. Look at this shit. This is live. Brother, they're fucking, look at that shit, dude. I'm scared. We're over here dying from blueberries, and China's out here racing robots, beating Usain Bolt's record and shit. Like, that's a lot of people there to watch robots run. That's a lot of people there to watch this. Oh God, we're gonna be in Cyberpunk soon. Pretty soon we'll be paying to watch robots do things, and humans won't be. We'll just be all working at the factories building them. But I don't like that they can run that fast, though. That really scares me. Like, they're running way too fast. Are they boxing, too? Brother, what the fuck? Oh, hell no. They can fight? No, not really. Oh, wow. I wouldn't actually want to get hit by one of those, because that would probably hurt. There you go. They found each other. It was like watching that shake. Oh, and it fell over. Winner. We're watching Mike Tyson and... Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck is going on? Breakdancing? Oh my god, bro. So China's out here having Olympic robot competitions, and we're like trying to have men play in the WNBA and losing a war to Iran. What else are they doing? Oh boy, they're playing soccer now? Oh wow. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, it's better than I thought it would be. Oh, that's fun. What the fuck, brother? Oh no. The events of them running are the most entertaining ones, because like they fucking run really fast. So they have the boxing event, the 400-meter sprint. Oh, what the hell happened? Oh no, I'm back live again. Uh-oh. What happened? You collapse? Uh-oh. Oh, come on, AP camera. You missed it? Wow. Hey, you missed him fall. You missed it falling? This is so crazy. Wow, how much does that thing weigh? That guy's straining. How much does that thing weigh? I want to see one of these things fight a human. I don't think it'll go well. I think we have a chance for now, guys. I don't think they look like they know how to fight yet. I'm saying this is live now. They ain't going too well. They don't really know where they're at. So the good news is we could still square up on these things. That's the good news. Oh, they have a winner now? So the good news is we can fight these things with our hands still, but like not long before they have weapons on them. They'll have Palantir technology and flock cameras and... But right now, they can get the hands. You can fight them, but I don't know. It'll be tough, though. They already have weapons on them. All right, so that's happening live. We don't need to watch the China Robot Olympics. That's more people than watching my stream, though. That's 700 some people are up late. They're probably betting on this. That's what it is. Are you guys, any of you guys up at 2 in the morning betting on the China Robot Olympics? Oh God, please tell me none of you are doing this. Oh boy. It's literally that meme. Like there's this hot dog cutting competition and people are in Germany and they got to tune in at like 2 a.m. Oh, wow. It's a big, Reuters is covering it too. Are they doing a tug of war? Wow. Tempted? How can I bet on this? How can I bet on this? Oh my goodness. All right. So Destiny will defend Hassan over MAGA. That's nice. Maybe he can end the BS. But that was a clip. I should have played that. Hold on. Fox News. No, it was on ASIN. There you go. They had he asked him about again, just MAGA and body parts go hand in hand. You got an EMP for that bot? Come at me. An EMP, huh? EMP is active. I just want the American people to know that the affordability crisis every single day for American people that are fully aware of the affordability crisis. Oh, good comment earlier, Shifty Lincoln. And also Ignis, he's probably mad. Oh, you guys talking about? I'm seeing comments from. We were talking about AIPAC Shakur earlier. He's probably more focused on the DSA because he thinks they'll jeopardize the Democrats' chances in elections, but he's wrong. Oh, you're talking about Hutch, probably. There's a solid chance that I'd vote for someone like Massey before a Democrat backed by AIPAC. That's what Chatter says. And I think that I'm seeing it in other places too, which sucks because Massey's MAGA, but he's taken more of an anti-establishment position within MAGA. So it's like, yeah, but just be careful. Because like he'll be right on this, but like Massey upheld 90% of Donald Trump's policies. It was just when it came to the Epstein files and Israel. That's it. And like there's better people that are more consistent on those positions and also have better positions on other issues than Massey would. But to each their own. Jeffrey's word poop salad. But yeah, I'm not going to discount that he's right on the Epstein files in Israel though. We thought MAGA turned on Massey. I think that's the new. He's going to be part of the new wave. There will be a kind of like a libertarian flank within it, but they're going to have a lot of populism support. But I think it'll get co-opted again by people that are further right than like the MAGA masters. But I think there will be kind of like this libertarian moment within MAGA. And then it'll get pulled further right because they already are. Like the libertarian of MAGA is still far right. There is no like moderate libertarian, and the ones that don't win because they're not right. They're not right enough. Similar problem to the left is if you're an anti-establishment candidate, you're not establishment enough. It's just it's still to the right. You're further right, being pulled to the right. It is what it is because in this country. It doesn't move left. Actually, it really doesn't. Like there are people that are progressive candidates win, but the status quo of the country has only gone further right, and we only continue to do the same things over and over again, and assist Israel in a genocide openly. Before we were sending our own troops to go to the Middle East for Israel. Now it's like, oh, we'll just give them the bombs to do it, and then oh, well, we might send our soldiers too. We might do both. So this is what MAGA is focused on, though. Body parts.
The idea that the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. I just think the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. And if you're a minor,
you want to try on kids?
Now, if you disagree with that, if you disagree that health care decisions need to be made by a doctor and their parents and a patient, then we think we agree to disagree. But, you want to put government inside
So, Abdul, you're a doctor, right?
Selectively. I am.
So you think it's okay for a parent to slash his kid's thing-a-ling off? You think that's okay?
I mean, do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
Yeah, but I mean, that's
Jesse,
So why, like, he masterfully flipped that back onto Jesse Waters. That's crazy. Yeah, you don't like, why does that matter? That's my personal business. Exactly. Exactly. It is your personal business, right? So it should be the personal choice of families with their doctors and not have weird, weird government figures in your private doctor visits. The fuck is that? MAGA, any right-winger that thinks that's okay, you're a fucking weirdo. Who cares what anyone does with their health choices with their doctor? Go fuck yourself. Insane levels of trying to control a society from these fucking losers like Jesse Waters.
You think that's okay?
I mean, do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a
Jesse,
personal question.
Okay,
doctor.
So you probably should want to move on. You probably should want to move on.
Exactly.
Circumcision's different than castration.
I think it's a problem. It's a problem that you think that you get to decide what happens between a parent, a doctor, and a patient. And I'm just saying that, yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's ding-a-ling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can. I just think you guys are really selective about how you want to talk about these things.
Abdul, Michigan's not going for that. That is sick stuff.
That is sick stuff. He laughs in what you uphold in Donald Trump in the pedophile island. You guys, MAGA, you guys are done, dude. You have nothing. Because that's easy. No, can't do that because you support Donald Trump, the pedophile. No, can't do that. Nope. What's again, man? Also, MAGA and body parts just go hand in hand. Can't have a conversation with a MAGA without talking about body parts and who has them and where they can put them. All right. Well, really quick, we want to take a moment, and any of my Ukrainian audience had an Independence Day. It was Ukrainian Independence Day. Here's some of the videos. Actually, hold on. Let me try to find. Where is... There we go. So today is Ukrainian Independence Day, and Ukraine continues to fight for its independence. Are they not posting numbers anymore? They got to be. They gave up. They're not posting them. Oh no, here they are. Well, from August 20. Oh, they haven't in a few days. They stopped. That's wild. No more. August 22nd was the last numbers. Oh, I hope they haven't stopped. I hope they just took a couple days off. But as of 3 days ago, there's Russia's losses, right? And Ukraine continues to fight for its independence. That's why I do bring it up, and I do talk about Ukraine and mix it into my analysis of what's going on as a whole, because they are fighting for their independence. Russia is trying to genocide Ukraine. They want to remove Ukrainian culture, identity, language, the all of it. They're trying to remove it all for a Russian way of life, Russian identity, Russian Orthodox Christianity, which is just like Kremlin, like an arm of the Kremlin. So, which is really kind of like a form, like if you really want to think about it, it's like that. The way that Russian Orthodox works is very similar to how Israel Zionism works, right? Similar propaganda-based imperialism through religious indoctrination in some cases. But with Zionism, I guess I would argue it's more definitely religiously connected with the Russian Orthodoxy than Zionism, because Zionism, you don't have to be religious. You don't have to do any of the practices. You just got to support Israeli expansion and say, I support that, right? Whereas like in the Orthodoxy with Russia, you got to go bless the fucking tanks and shit. And it's all like super performative nonsense, but it's really like very similar energy in which you have the Russian Orthodoxy out there doing that. And in the name of, and it's a blasphemy, but they're continuing genocide of Ukrainians and continuing to invade Ukraine in the name of God and all. It's sick, right? It's disgusting. It's gross. And Ukraine has their own Orthodox Christianity too, which speaks out against it. And I think it's awesome that in Kyiv they have the Lavra, which is like they had the Russian Orthodoxy was controlling it, and then the invasion happened, and now you got Ukrainian Orthodoxy in there, which is pretty cool because it's different and it's very old timey. That's like old school Christian religion. But it's crazy how it took Laura Loomer, who's a fascist, to go there and tell the truth about the churches that are getting blown up. But for the past 4 years, people have been saying it left and right of like, hey, Russia's like killing Christians and blowing up schools and churches everywhere. And most of MAGA, which is the more you would argue is the more hyper religious Christians, I guess. No, like they were caring more about South African Christians because that's where they get the racism from. Which should tell you, if you are a conservative, like MAGA ain't it. MAGA ain't it. The fact that they cared more about propaganda from South Africa and the Christians being whatever down there than every single city in Ukraine, their city's church has been blown up, and Orthodoxy is like Christianity, like actually, and not this Americanized shit we have. Okay, whatever. So, but yeah, Russia's trying to remove Ukraine's Orthodoxy though and replace it with their own. So all that is like genocide. It's all of it. And then Ukraine has their own culture, their own language, their own way of life, their own which there is a shared historical existence with Russia, but that's just because they were in the Soviet Union. That's it. Like it was a forced existence. It wasn't like Russia lost a piece of itself. It's like Ukraine has had its own existence before Russia. They are older than Russia, actually. Kyiv is older. Okay. So they were there first. Russia's a swamp. And the only reason why there's a shared identity at all, which is just the Soviet Union and the Soviet mindset, which does exist still. And there are some Ukrainians like that. And then the further you go east, there is Russian, contrary to Putin's propaganda. Contrary to all the horse shit, the further you go east, the more Russian you see, the more Russian you hear. There's Russian speakers in the east, all over it. And if anything, there's a lot of Russian speakers and people that are just Russians that live in there that were wearing Ukrainian flags, and we're trying to learn Ukrainian actively because we were there in the middle of Kharkiv after a round of bombing, and a lot of Ukrainians in Kharkiv speak Russian, or there's Russians that live there. And because they're bombed every day, obviously they're seeing the truth of it. They're experiencing the truth of it. So because of that, and they're like, well, I speak Russian every day. What do you mean we can't speak Russian? Like I literally like I had to sit in when I talked to Fumi-san on my YouTube channel about this. We had multiple translations going on. He had a Russian speaking worker at a cafe, and we had I had to have Russian, I had to have Ukrainian, and I had to have Japanese to do this interview at this cafe in Kharkiv, which again is just bombed. Like I think they're part of my report here. Here it is, actually. I don't know why I'm talking about it when I can just show you.
So we're at a little sushi spot we just smashed here in Kharkiv. It was very, very good. Wasn't that expensive. We sat out here and we didn't know it was a cafe. And so a lady came out and said, hey, you can't sit here. This is a cafe. No problem. Ordered coffee. Good to go. We're in like this market district in Kharkiv. We just had lunch. Nothing but civilians here, shops. It's even hard to find military even here in Kharkiv around here. But then you just see like behind us. And this is the type of stuff that you can find in Kharkiv. Just shops I don't even know what this used to be, but these are all little, like there's tobacco stores, electronic stores, food shops. So
nothing military,
nothing
civilian.
Nothing militarily, and this is just an example of the Russian terrorism that exists, and it's all over here in Kharkiv. The buildings are boarded up, destroyed, shops like you see behind me. Just a very sad scene, but it's also a reminder of the Russian aggression.
And look, you just see them like out there. This is just like every day out there trying to live life, and you just have your shit bombed.
They're about to meet Fumi-san at his cafe here in the market. Pretty excited.
And that market had a lot of good food, and like it was really, that market's really cool. Anyways, really good interview, but I show more of Kharkiv. I swear didn't I do another video in Kharkiv or no? It's by most popular. The animal shelter. Can I just like look at all of them? I have more than that. I have videos. If I haven't, then I gotta put them on my channel, I guess. Was that the only video from Kharkiv I did? So dumb. When you're there, though, I'm not thinking about doing content, though. Oh, I got to Kharkiv in this part of it. Yeah, this is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. That's the same press vest I'm getting memed on by from MAGA, by the way. You can see there's a complete, like the apartment building has a hole in it from artillery.
I am currently in post-occupied Izium,
which is a little further south from Kharkiv. So we're like right here, which is still not where the Russians haven't gotten close to it yet. They're close to Lehman, which is like all this is really sucks out here seeing all this, but we're in Izium, which now is pretty close to where the Russians are now, and we ran missions down here into where these cities are, into Kochtianivka too, and now it's like that's crazy. Like all that's where the Russians are now. So even some of these other cities where I've been to are just we'd have to probably wear my armor in those cities now. Which, as we got further south, we did, but not really when I went in 23 and 24. But here's where Izium is. So Kharkiv was up here. I have other videos from Kharkiv. I just haven't posted them, I guess. And then this is Izium, which is just further down the E40 highway.
It's liberated. It was liberated by Ukrainian armed forces last year during the Kharkiv counteroffensive. But the destruction in the area still remains. The destruction from when the Russians hit this area with rockets. Civilian apartment buildings are still in rubble. It's just absolutely incredible that this is happening in our time. But seeing it in person, I mean, I've seen the videos. I saw this through the internet, obviously. But being here now in person and standing right within it gives a new perspective.
Pretty horrible, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah. Pretty horrible.
didn't even want to go in there for real. Like it felt like I felt an energy that was like, man, you guys know me. Like I'll go anywhere, but I didn't go in further because it didn't feel right. Like you can tell like this was like something very bad happened, which clearly, obviously, duh, but like something that we don't see here that happened when this apartment building wasn't bombed, right? So I didn't even like, I like stuck my camera in, but I was like, nah, man, I don't know. I'm not going further. But, and then I'm like, and then my dumb ass, which I'm glad I did, but I saw them. And this guy is like a renowned journalist, like really, 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 he's like been to Iraq and everything. Like he's usually with soldiers and we're all together. And I saw them going underneath and I'm like, oh God. All right, well, I gotta do it. I gotta go too. Look where they're going. And I'm like, what are they doing? Where are they going? Look at all the bricks. Yeah. So we're going down there because a resident who lived in this building when this happened came by and wanted to show us what happened. And so this is why we're going down there and going in there, because the people that lived in this building were wanting to show us. I was scared at this point. Like, I was a little scared because this apartment building is like, looks like it's about to collapse to begin with, right?
Oh, man. This is where they hid. Shit.
And you know what? And then a part of me was like, you know what? I got to overcome this because Ukrainians were hiding under here while the bombs were coming in.
Holy shit.
It was like a luck that they actually were sitting not in the exact basement under destroyed part of the building. But
so imagine you got to hide under your apartment building like this as it's getting hit, and like it could come down and like it would obviously kill all of you, which had happened. Because on the other side of this wall, you'll see a big opening, and the whole apartment came down on families that were on the other side of this partition.
This side, and they stayed alive. There were like dozens of people, like children, women, men, and all of them had still problems with the head because of the wave. It's just horror. And people were living here for weeks without electricity, without anything.
Yeah, and it's important to point out, like Thorne says, they lived like this for months, and some Ukrainians in the east live like this right now, or in the south of Ukraine and the east of Ukraine, as the Russians continue to advance. Like this is their reality here. Like in Izium, the Russians had occupied it, right? So we're in a post-occupied city. And then active, but the war zone's active though. It's just miles to the east. There's the Russians. They're right there in Ukraine, you know. And then they're trying to advance. Like they're like it's an active. Like the entire time you're there, the entire time it's like the Russians are actively trying to push in. Like it's not like there's an attrition. A lot of the front line is attritional warfare, which is just artillery strikes at each other with minimal gains, and then you try to advance on the rubble of whatever you just bombed, and maybe you'll get an advancement. But the Ukrainians are really good with drone warfare and have been able to manage the amount of Russian we call them meat grinder waves, because Russians just throw their soldiers at this meat grinder, and Ukrainians have been able to match it, not with manpower because they don't have as many people to throw at the war. They have to use drones. So drones are, you know, used here to defend Ukrainian land, mostly, especially because the United States and a lot of Western countries have not really done much to help Ukraine. Like, and if anything, I hope a lot of Ukraine supporters see how much we're willing to support Israel, right, and launch a whole new war with Iran, which unfortunately like made me upset seeing Zelensky want to step in on that. And I hope a lot of Ukrainians were like, no, you need all of the equipment to fight this. that's like on that's literally in your country. Like, do not support Israel, and like just because allyship and like it's an L. Okay, so that was obviously an L when that was happening, but I think a lot of Ukrainians were saying the same thing. They're like, why are we giving any weapons at all anywhere other than our own front lines? Because the Russians are right there. But this existence is happening for Ukrainians that are living along this whole flank, up in the north, up down here in the south. Like this, if you live in these people live here. People live in these line villages or these little cities. So like when you see the Russians here, like on Dobropilia, which I've been to, part of that city is occupied, part of it's not. The part that's occupied is probably completely destroyed. Any Ukrainians that might still be in the area, like in this line village of Nadia, are probably like in this type of situation as we speak. Are probably like underneath their apartment building like this right now as I'm talking to you.
February and March.
We're in this underground shelter underneath the apartment building, seeing where Ukrainian civilians in Izium had taken shelter during the missile attacks on the apartment building.
So he's telling that, as you see, the ceiling is a little bit off.
And this is a man who lived in this apartment building and was telling us his experience. And he doesn't speak English, so we had to have our Ukrainian English speaking. Like these are Ukrainians that live there, and they just volunteer their time to take Westerners to show what the hell is happening, because people kind of right after 2022 into 2023, it already started fading. And the fact that I'm a little YouTuber, like I didn't have the channel I have now back then. I didn't have 100K. I think we were at like 30 or 40, right? And my little YouTuber self with not much else going on, like because people, like the Ukrainians needed the world to see what's happening, because the world kind of stopped paying attention after the first year, okay, in terms of it being like a mainstream topic, and that's just the truth, right? Obviously. So that's why a lot of Ukrainians, are like, we need a show. We need to show what the Russians are doing. We need to show what's happening to us, because the Russian propaganda machine is so powerful. It's shit. Like it's actually shit, but it works well amongst a lot of stupid people. And so they have to go up against that, and Russia saying that, oh, they're killing Nazis, very similar to how Israel works, right? When they're calling Palestinians terrorists, it's the same like energy, right? It's the same fascist imperialist energy, right? And you see it, and that's why I was able to see it with Ukraine. That's why I'm able to see it with what Israel's doing to Palestine.
Ceiling is a little bit off.
Понимаешь, быдло не это самое золо, это самое продали кацапью.
This is a story about those who came here, and they was like, this man can't stand the people who were here, because this is actually a story of just.
И Путин чуется. Великий историк.
This man had a destiny, and this destiny was just destroyed by those who came here. He had family, they started traveling to abroad, everything was fine, good. He lived his life, and now there came guys from Russia, from Lugansk, and they just destroyed everybody. And he saw himself how people were running from this exact basement, and tanks were shooting at the people.
And from drones.
And from drones, they just saw. He don't know. He doesn't know how, but maybe they saw from thermal vision that this basement is hot, and they started just hitting it with tanks, with everything they have. And you see the ceiling, and that even ceiling here is a little bit. It's not
basically
plain,
telling like
and here, like actually in Izium, there is a cemetery where we found 500 tortured people dead.
Yeah.
You remember all this? It happened here, and it's happening each city Russians are coming to. And this man, he's living. He came to his destroyed apartment just to take some stuff.
And that's the room he was talking about, that is part of the basement. The people who were sitting here, they were very lucky.
See the sunlight? That's because the building came down, and there's families that lived on that side of the wall that were killed in that, like hiding from the Russians. You can see all their blankets and their clothes still, and like everything that they had underneath.
lucky.
No, wow.
And that's the wall that like stood up.
Oh, wow.
And the other one
Did not make
a lot
it.
of people got hurt there.
Heavy, bro. We have to go back this way.
He said a lot of bad things about those occupiers and like how people
He said something about Kadriavite too, I think.
they were
Yes.
here. They were
Yes.
like,
I said I heard that. And he said something about passport. They were checking passports or something.
and they were like, when they saw the plastic ID card, they didn't know what is that, and they were like, confused.
Yes.
And telling people like, that's not the real document or whatever.
Just coming up.
So like the Kadriavites, who are like the Chechen militia that Putin utilizes, they were asking Ukrainians for IDs and just killing them, basically.
Put things on the
they
floor.
were killing a bunch of Ukrainians and demanding to see documents and IDs. And this is when the Kadriavites were occupying that part of Ukraine, because the Russians use a lot of Chechen militia fighters in this section of their advancement in 2022. Because all the blue you guys see here was occupied territory. So the Russians in 2022 occupied all of this here. And then through a counteroffensive, the Ukrainians liberated all that. Sorry, I should use blue. Through a counteroffensive, the Ukrainians liberated all of that. Right? And that's why we're able to be in Izium talking kind of about a post situation, but it's an active one at the same time. It was such a surreal experience to be in like a post situation. But it's active, though. The Russians are not that far away still, and this is just like a stop along the way that we're going down south to Kramatorsk in this trip, I believe. But it's wild and surreal.
Look at the space that they crawled into.
That space was uncomfortable, man. I had to figure out how I was going to get out of that.
Air raid alarm is going off in the town.
And then that wasn't comfortable because, again, we're talking to a man who experienced terror here, and we're seeing the after effects, which you can still see clothing, shoes, pillows, toys, like all of it's just an act. Like people were just there. I mean, it wasn't like cleaned up or anything. It's like, cause it's just what it's like. And then you got the air raid alarm going off at the same time. We had to get the fuck out of there.
Well, we're in Izium. What a powerful.
All right, and then we kept going.
Yeah.
Somewhere where. And this is where we were actually like we had to take cover from drones.
Wait 10 minutes under forest for protection from drones or from spotting. So we're under here 10 minutes. And then we're going to get close to the position. We are very close. Ukrainian artillerymen are at work.
Literally, we went to artillery position.
The ground. Target down.
They actually sent one at the Russians.
Заряжай.
So I heard that go off, obviously, went down into where they live.
Fire is... Yeah?
Так, а тут прям... А можна цю штуку потушити чи ні? Да, можна. Бо вона прям дуже портить мені композицію.
Get out of your way.
We had coffee with them.
What are you having, Alex?
Having an espresso, huh?
On the front lines?
Yeah. Very nice. It's better than the coffee that we're having back at the apartment.
Absolutely. Front lines coffee.
Alex got me into coffee and tea because he's British.
Better than
he actually had more tea than coffee. Shit was fucking hot.
And
so that's when we went to. That's one of our trips to the front. We went another one too.
Good morning.
And delivered a vehicle. Here we delivered one of our trucks we fundraised.
Campaigns, but Alex Kanash, all the NAFO campaigns.
Well, Pete, here she is. She's finally arrived.
Rest in peace to Pete. He was taking a video for Pete Fouché, who again, rest in peace. because we had fundraised this truck for his unit. So like this is one of our YouTube channels. It said that, so you could put whatever you wanted on it.
There you go, Pete.
So it said Good Morning Kyiv on the side because we did a Good Morning Kyiv show.
There's the inside of it, baby. It's going to save hundreds and hundreds of lives.
So this is a medical ambulance that we got, and he said this is going to save a lot of lives.
Times they can't even use their lights, so this is going to be crucial on the interior. The medics are going to be able to sit here, work on patients, and also be able to get in and out of the combat zone really fast. And you had said, Pops, stuff like this is just very effective.
This stuff is life-saving. You don't realize how many lives this will save. Ukrainian soldiers need this. Get a bit emotional about this, but it's an emotional subject. This ambulance is sent from God. It will save so many lives in this forest. These young boys will now have a 99% chance of survival. This is what we need. This is what Ukraine needs. And the more of these ambulances that can be donated to the country, donated to Project Constantine, will be life-saving. I'd just like to thank everybody who donated and took time to deliver this to Ukraine. And it's going to save all these boys now. Have a good chance.
So delivered trucks, so here's some more of what Ukraine looks like, closer to the front lines. I believe this is the Kramatorsk train station we're coming up to.
Enjoying a little bit of a snack before we get on the train in Kramatorsk. Alex covered this.
I missed that. I missed those sandwiches, the thin bread. And then Ukrainian energy drinks were crazy. Like, woo! Well, we powered up.
So we're at the Kramatorsk train station.
Yeah.
Seeing this in person is incredible.
Woo!
After last year, the Russians attacked it, and 54 civilians lost their lives. Watching it through the computer screen and reporting on it from home, but now being here, standing in person, is two incredibly different feelings.
Right, because that was one of the train stations Russia hit while people were waiting to evacuate. And then what else we got? I'll show you one more, and then I'll probably call it. It's 2:30. I'll just stream until tomorrow. This is one of my favorite things we did. So when we delivered trucks, we got opportunities with the units, the military units. Like we got to fire their weapons, or like these were captured Russian weapons.
False drill!
Let's go.
That was fun.
False drill.
Firing AKs. I never fired an AK before.
Still here in the east of Ukraine, in Donbass, and we're providing more vehicles, as well as another drone to assault units. We are about 20 kilometers, about 15-20 kilometers away from the front line, so it's as safe as it can be being in Donbass. But we're going to get to fire some weapons today with the 3rd Assault Brigade for bringing vehicles and drones for the soldiers. Stay tuned.
More of what Easium looks like. I need to get back to making videos again, guys. A part of me wants to get somebody to do the stream, and then I can be out there filming like for like videos like this. Like I can do this all day. I'd rather kind of do this than stream at this point. Kind of see what people live there. Look like there's another hole in the apartment. one of the bridges. Like all Ukrainian villages are like that. And I still have this JBL speaker. The soldier didn't want it, so I'd always buy a speaker because in the military, when I was in the army, we had a speaker in our vehicle at all times. Like we listened to music, and so I'd always try to include a speaker with the truck as well. Like I'd buy it in Estonia and just keep it in there so they could use it. But they didn't want this one for some reason. They're like, "No, we're good." I was like, "You sure? It's free." Like I don't. And they were like, "No, we're good." I think they had their own, so I still have this. JBL speaker that was in Ukraine. I bought it in Estonia. That was really fun to drive on. Not so easy filming out the window with the action camera, though. Driving and filming, not a good idea. It was too cool not to film, though. I'm like, bruh. And this is one of the ranges. Eyes on the road. It was just so cool to see.
This part of the video, we're going to be firing some RPGs, some grenade launchers, and a PKM machine gun. Oh, it's gonna be a good time.
I love firing weapons. I don't know what happened to the sound. Like the sound fucked up a little bit. I think the sound fucked up a little bit.
Isn't it? It is. It's like out here in one of the mines. I think this used to be our quarry.
Oh, yeah, that was a quarry.
Beautiful.
Now it's a range.
This range is so unique. I've been in some cool ranges before. One in Alaska when we had to set up targets for the Rangers. Went up there. But this one.
That was the coolest one. The RPG was so cool, dude. I never fired like in the military. We had only one person in our platoon got to fire the AT-4, like a real one, and they were like chosen randomly. The rest of us had to fire this little dummy thing and just hold it and do the thing, and nothing. It was nothing. Only one person got to go out there, and we all got to watch. That was it. It sucked.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Postrilla.
Alex, this is real.
Yeah, that's some power there, isn't it?
Has some power.
I don't know if we hit the tank, but and I'm definitely slightly deaf in this ear now. But apart from that, everything's fine.
When you see a red string, that is fire.
Okay.
It's safe.
Quick lesson. Fire safe.
So I pull this down.
There you go. This is when I'm learning how to fire an RPG. Because I never learned how. In Ukraine, you learn quick, right? That's it. Good to go. I got it. I've done it enough in Arma, right?
Put this on this.
see.
I figured I did it enough in armor, I can do it in real life, right? I had to figure it out. I had to figure it out quick.
Ball drill!
Boom. Thank you, Bendy.
Let's go.
Yeah, that was cool. And then we got to fire the...
Okay.
Fire the 203.
Oh, okay. You want me?
Yeah. Which, again, this shit I don't, like, I was a truck driver. Like, we didn't have this shit. Like, we didn't need it.
Ball drill.
Super fun. And then Alex got to fire the machine gun. I didn't get to fire that. But or sorry, the 40 millimeter you see? Where is it? You can see me put it in, right? Hold on. Here it is. There it is. Still have it. Haha. Pretty cool. But yeah, like I got to keep it. He's like, you can hold it and you can keep it. So that round I fired is right here. There it is. So pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Well, we supported Ukraine, and I still support Ukraine. Obviously, I just don't spend as much time, talking about it because of everything else going on right now in the country that I'm better at. Like, I mean, I did what I could at like covering the war, but I obviously am better at filming and being on the ground at places and documenting stuff. Because I mean, the views speak for themselves. The amount of attention I get speak for themselves when I'm doing that. But I didn't support Ukraine for attention, I guess. Like, I just did it because it was the right thing to do. When I'm trying to do news media and continue doing journalism, I gotta like return to form a little bit. Like I deviated away from what I was doing during Black Lives Matter and being out there on the ground documenting, and I kind of left that. I did that a little bit in Ukraine, but like with those videos, but I really like one of my coolest videos I did. This has 2,000 views, guys, and I put hours of effort into this, in which we went to an animal shelter and talked to the workers there, and all these animals are there because they were like, their families are killed, and so the dogs are all strays, and so they like they shelter them all, and it's like this big ass dog shelter in Hostomel.
And they all need help. None of them are getting the help that they need from the government to keep the shelters running, and also just like collect the animals, because it's a need. The animals need it. They can't be roaming around on the streets and they have disease or they have issues, so they have to be brought to places like this so they can be treated.
So it's just like, we went around the whole building. Like, there's just multiple, and there's like multiple shelters like that. So if you guys want to check out, like, on the Ukrainian anniversary, if you are the Ukrainian Independence Day, if you guys want to check out all these videos and watch them all yourself and see some of the doggos, there's even some cats too. They were treating an older dog, but then I think we seen, he put some of the footage.
Was there on the first?
Put some of the footage showing this is when the Russians did the ecological terror attack in the Dnipro River.
And our team was there on the first day. We take our bus, our cage.
So like these animals that are just strays now because of the war.
We bought a boat and we try to catch as much as we can. And we catch rabbits and I don't know how to say induk.
Turkeys.
Oh, turkeys.
Hot turkeys there.
Yes. And we evacuate 86 dogs and cats.
86 dogs and cats.
This month. If we won't close one more month, after this will be a really catastrophe. Because
I think there's cats in it too. I just couldn't find it. But yeah, there it is, guys. So happy Ukrainian Independence Day. Continue to support Ukraine. I always try to bring it into my into my conversations about everything else going on. I really do. And more than anyone else, I think, that covers everything else, right? Like, I don't know anyone else that, unless they have Ukraine as a niche and it's their topic, you know, no one else is really talking about Ukraine. But I do try to bring it in because it is a very important issue, and European security and stability. Russia's, you know, trying to destroy that, similar to like internally here in the U.S., similar to like Israel in the Middle East. You know, imperialism is bad anywhere. Whether it's Israel, whether it's the United States, whether it's Russia, it's all bad. So it all should be called out. But I think like Russia is a part of the very system that we're living in terms of the fight that we have against fascism as a total. Like Russia is a part of that. I was looking at this. I didn't have a good time with War Dogs. I don't know. I didn't really have a good time with War Dogs like I thought I would. I wish I would have, though. I wish I would have. But anyway, guys. All right. I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Had a long stream here. Any gaming tonight? I might do some gaming. What game should we play? At 2:45 in the morning. It's all this Jake Lang shit still keeping me awake. Bye, Trizzle. Good stream. Appreciate that. I'll be live again tomorrow, though. So you can tune in during the daytime. I don't know if these nighttime streams will be a regular thing. We'll see. Probably not, though. If there's like only one set of... There was like a lot to talk about today, though. And there still is, but... I had softball as well. Arcade games. Peace Walker, it isn't out yet. It's almost 10 a.m. where you're at. FPS gaming is always fun. Yeah. I don't know. FPS gamed out now, though. We played a lot of them. We could play... guess we could play... we could play that World War I game. Blaze in bedtime. No, I'm not. I'm up still. I'm wide awake still. Tired out on the news and politics, though. I am tired out on that. I think I covered everything extensively today. We'll see what tomorrow's BS brings. How about, well, yeah, let's play Gallipoli. I think a lot of people like that. It's a first-person shooter. It's World War I, and it covers. It's pretty cool. This. And it's like it's actually like good. It's fun to watch. It's not boring. All right. So World War I. Get some history before you go to bed, because this game is trying to be historically accurate. It's not like an arcade shooter type of game. It's like it's trying to be historically accurate. I gotta create a quick thumbnail, but I will after I send you guys to it. All right, guys, appreciate you. Like and sub. Thank you for tuning in all night. If you guys enjoyed the stream, subscribe. If you guys want to come on over to my gaming channel, I'm about to stream World War I for a bit until I go to bed. Could be at 4, but I will be live again tomorrow, guys. Tell you, Jake Lang re-energized me. I'm locked in again. I got you. I will be leaving next Sunday, so you guys, this is I'm gonna have a week away, but I'll talk more about that as we get closer. Okay, I'll talk more about that. But if you guys want to come hang out, if you're still up and you can't sleep, come hang out. We can talk about shit you guys want to talk about. You know, if you guys still have things to say, or like maybe I didn't read your take in chat, and I'm sorry, but there were a lot of chatters tonight, which I love that. Come on over. Mercado Gaming, I just got it scheduled. So the stream already exists. I got to change the thumbnail, but it's that World War I game. I'm not playing anything. I'm not playing the other ones, but I'll play the Ottoman fronts. The Turks against the Brits. All right, y'all. Appreciate you. Like and sub. Join the Discord. Appreciate y'all. Take care. See you on the next one. Peace.
blood on the sea. Blood on the hands of all the ones that lie. Storms are coming. Best to get to running. Or stand your ground once the bullets fly. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. When you meet your maker, you can ask him why. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. They just let him do it. They just let him fucking gas us. They didn't stop him. They didn't stop him. They didn't give a fuck. Seriously, guys? They'll kill your mama. They'll kill your daughter. They'll kill your wife and your auntie and your sister too. Nah, they don't care none. That just they don't win none. But soon enough, we'll all be shooting back at you. Really ain't a fucking thing you can do. We got way more guns, we got way more goons. If we stand our ground when the bullets fly. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. When you meet your maker, you can ask him why. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. They call me Big Papa 'cause I'm ready to die. You better get fucking ready. You better wake up. If you think this shit's fucking just some social media shit, you ain't paying attention. 3 things are true. Number 1, the black community told us this shit for years. We didn't listen. Number 2, ICE is a white supremacist wet dream. And number 3, the government's not going to save you.